Esther 14. Therefore, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which, as we said before, is called Adar, when all the Jews were prepared to be executed and their enemies were greedy for their blood, the situation turned around, and the Jews began to have the upper hand and to vindicate themselves of their adversaries. And they gathered together throughout each city and town and place so as to extend their hands against their enemies and their persecutors, and no one dared to resist them, because their great power had pierced all the peoples. For even the judges of the provinces, and the rulers, and the procurators, and every one of dignity, who presided over every place and work, extolled the Jews for fear of Mordecai. For they knew him to be the leader of the palace and to have much power. Likewise, the fame of his name increased daily and grew everywhere through word of mouth. And so the Jews struck their enemies like a great plague, and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them. So much so that even in Susa they executed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Haman, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, and their names are these: Pashandata, and Daphon, and Aspata, and Porata, and Adalia, and Aridata, and Pamashta, and Arisai, and Aridai, and Vaitsata. When they had slain them, they were unwilling to touch the spoils of their belongings. And immediately the number of those who had been killed in Susa was reported to the king. He said to the queen, "In the city of Susa the Jews have executed 500 men, and also the 10 sons of Haman. How many executions do you think they have carried out in all the provinces? What more do you ask, and what do you wish, so that I may order it to be done?" And she answered, "If it pleases the king, may power be granted the Jews so as to do tomorrow in Susa just as they've done today, that the 10 sons of Haman may be hung up the gallows." The king instructed that it should be so done, and immediately the edict was hung up in Susa, and the 10 sons of Haman were hung up. On the 14th day of the month Adar, the Jews gathered themselves together, and they executed in Susa 300 men, but they did not seize their belongings from them. Moreover, throughout all the province which was subject to the king's dominion, the Jews made a stand for their lives, and they executed their enemies and their persecutors, so much so that the number of those who were killed amounted to 75,000, and yet no one touched any of their belongings. Now the 13th day of the month Adar was the first day of all the executions, and on the 14th day they ceased the killing. This day they established to be sacred, so that in all times hereafter they would be free for feasting, joyfulness, and celebration. But as for those who were carrying out the killings in the city of Susa, they turned to killing on the 13th and 14th day of the same month. But on the 15th day they ceased to attack, and for that reason they established that day as sacred, with feasting and with gladness. But in truth those Jews who were staying in unwalled towns and villages appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for celebration and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day and send one another portions of their feasts and their meals. And so Mordecai wrote down all these things and sent them composed in letters to the Jews who were staying in all the king's provinces, as much to those in the nearby palaces as to those far away, so that they would accept the 14th and 15th day of the month Adar for holidays, and always at return of the year would celebrate them with sacred esteem. For on those days the Jews vindicated themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, so that these would be days of feasts and gladness, in which they would send one another portions of their feasts, and would grant gifts to the poor. And the Jews accepted as a solemn ritual all the things which they had begun to do at that time, which Mordecai had commanded with letters to be done. for Haman the son of Hammedatha of Agag lineage, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them to kill them and to destroy them. They had cast Pur, which in our language means the lot. And after this Esther had entered before the king, begging him that his that his efforts might be made ineffective by the king's letters, and that the evil he intended against the Jews might return upon his head. Finally, both he and his sons were fastened to a cross, and so from that time these days are called Purim, that is, of the lots, because Pur, that is, the lot, was cast into the earth. And all things that had been carried out are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. And whatever they suffered and whatever was altered afterward, the Jews received for themselves an offspring, and for all who were willing to be joined to their religion, so that none would be permitted to transgress the solemnity of these 2 days, to which the writing testifies, and which certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. These are the days which no one ever will erase in oblivion, and which every province in the whole world throughout each generation shall celebrate. Neither is there any city wherein the days of Purim, that is, of lots, may not be observed by the Jews, and by the posterity which are duplicated to these ceremonies. And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew also wrote a second letter, so that with all zealousness this day would be confirmed as customary for future generations. And they sent to all the Jews who had been stirred up in the 177 provinces of King Artaxerxes, that they should have peace and receive truth, and to observe the days of lots and celebrate them with a joy at their proper time, just as Mordecai and Esther had established. They accepted these to be observed by themselves and by their offspring, fasting and crying out, and the days of lots, and all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. Esther 15. Truly, King Artaxerxes made all the land and all the islands of the sea tributaries, in his strength and his authority, and the dignity and supremacy with which he exalted Mordecai, have been written in the books of the Medes and the Persians, and how Mordecai of Jewish birth was second after King Artaxerxes, and great among the Jews, and accepted of the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking about things which pertain to peace for their descendants. And Mordecai said, By God have these things been done. I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing of this whatsoever has failed to occur. The little fountain which grew into a river, and had turned into light into the sun, and overflowed into many waters, is Esther, whom the king received as wife, and whom he preferred to be queen. But the 2 dragons are I and Haman. The peoples who gathered together are those who had attempted to raise the name of the Jews. My people is Israel, who cried out to the Lord. The Lord brought salvation to his people, and he freed us from all evils, and he created great signs and portents among the nations. And he commanded there to be 2 lots, one for the people of God, and the other for all the nations. And both the lots arrived at the day appointed before the God, even from that past time for all peoples. And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar, on the 14th and 15th day, the same month, with all zealousness and joy, the people gathered together into one union throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. The 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who was himself a priest and born of the Levites, and Ptolemy his son, brought this epistle of Purim, which they said was a translation by Lysimachus, the son of Ptolemy, in Jerusalem. First letter of Maccabees 1. And it happened afterwards that Alexander, the son of Philip the Macedonian, who first reigned in Greece, having come from the land of Kittim, struck Darius, the king of the Persians and the Medes, and he appointed many battles, and he took hold of all the fortifications. He executed the kings of the earth. He passed through even to the ends of the earth, and he received the spoils of many nations, and the earth was silent in his sight. And he gathered together power and an exceedingly strong army, and he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. He captured the regions of nations and of sovereign leaders, and they became tributaries to him. And after these things he fell down on his bed, and he knew he would die. He called his servants, nobles who were raised with him from his youth. He divided his kingdom to them while he was still alive. And Alexander reigned 12 years, and then he died. His servants obtained his kingdom, each one in his place. And they all put diadems on themselves after his death, and their son after them, for many years, and evils were multiplied on the earth. And there went forth among them a sinful root, Antiochus the illustrious, the son of King Antiochus, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went forth from Israel sons of iniquity. They persuaded many, saying, Let us go and negotiate a covenant with the Gentiles that are all around us, for since we have withdrawn from them, many evils have found us, and the word seemed good in their eyes. And some of the people determined to do this, and they went to the king, and he gave them the power to act according to the justice of the Gentiles. And they built a sports arena in Jerusalem according to the laws of the nations. And they made themselves uncircumcised, and they withdrew from the Holy Covenant, and they were joined to the nations. They were sold into evil doings. The kingdom was ready in the sight of Antiochus. He began to run over the land of Egypt, to reign over the land of Egypt, so that he might reign over two kingdoms. And he entered into Egypt with an oppressive multitude, with swift chariots and elephants and horsemen, and a great abundance of ships. And he appointed a war against Ptolemy, the king of Egypt. Ptolemy was filled with dread before his face, and he fled, and many fell down, wounded. And he took hold of the 45 cities in the land of Egypt, and he received the spoils of the lands of Egypt. And Antiochus turned back after he struck Egypt in the 143rd year, and he ascended against Israel. And he ascended to Jerusalem with an oppressive multitude, and he entered the sanctuary with arrogance, and he took the golden altar and the lampstand of light, and all the vessels and the table for the bread of the presence, and the vessels of libation, the vials, and the little mortars of gold, and the veil, and the crown, and the golden ornament which was at the face of the temple, and he crushed them all. And he took silver and gold and the precious vessels, and he took the hidden treasures which he found, and having taken all these things away, he departed into his own land. He caused a massacre of men, and he was speaking with great arrogance. There was great filth. He caused a massacre of the men, and he was speaking with great arrogance, and there was great wailing in Israel, and in all of their places, and the leaders and elders mourned, and the virgins and the young men became weak, and the splendor of the women was changed. Every bridegroom took up lamentations, and those who sat at the marriage bed mourned, and the land shook on behalf of the inhabitants in it, and the entire house of Jacob was clothed with confusion. And after 2 years of days, the king sent the prince of his the king sent the prince of his tributes to the cities of Judah, and he came to Jerusalem with a great crowd. He spoke peaceful words to them in deceitfulness, and they believed him. And he rushed about the city suddenly, and he struck it with a great scourging, and he destroyed many of the people of Israel. And he took the spoils of the city suddenly, and he struck with it great scourging, and he destroyed many of the people of Israel. And he took the spoils of the city, and he burned it with fire, and he destroyed its houses and the walls around it. And they were led, maybe by, and they led away the women as captives, and they possessed the children and the cattle. And they built up the city of David with a great and strong wall, and with strong towers, and became the stronghold for them. And they set up in that place a sinful people, wicked men, and together they grew strong in it. And they stored up weapons and provisions, and they gathered together the spoils of Israel, and deposited them in that place, and they became a great snare. And this became a place of ambush against the sanctuary and a diabolical evil in Israel. And they poured out innocent blood around the sanctuary, and they contained the sanctuary. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them, and the city became dwelling place of outsiders, and she became a stranger to her own offspring, and her own children abandoned her. Her sanctuary was desolate like a place of solitude. Her feast days were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into disgrace, her honors into nothing. Her shame was multiplied according to her glory, and her loftiness was turned into lamentations. And King Antiochus wrote to all his kingdom that as the people must be one, and that each one should relinquish his own law. And all Gentiles consented, appeared according to the word of King Antiochus. And all Gentiles consented according to the wisdom and the word of King Antiochus, and many out of Israel consented to his servitude, and they sacrificed to idols, and they polluted the Sabbath. And yet the king sent letters by hand of messenger to Jerusalem, to Israel, to all the cities of Judah, that they should follow the laws of the nations and the earth. First Maccabees 2. In those days there rose up Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the son of Joarib, from Jerusalem, and he settled on the mountain of Modin, and he had 5 sons, John, who was surnamed Gadi, and Simon, who was surnamed Tassi, and Judas, who was called Maccabees, and Eleazar, who was surnamed Abraham, and Jonathan, who was surnamed Athos. These saw the evils that were done among the people of Judah and in Jerusalem. And Mattathias said, Woe to me, for why was I born to see the grief of my people and the grief of my holy city, and to sit there while it's given to the hand of the enemies? The holy places have fallen to the hands of the outsiders. Earth temples like a man without honor, for the vessels of her glory are taken away captive. The old men have been butchered to the streets, and the young men have fallen to the sword of the enemy. What nations has not inherited her kingdom and taken her spoil, and all her beauty has been taken away, and she who was free has become a slave. And behold, our sanctuary and our beauty and our splendor have been desolated, and the Gentiles have defiled them. And therefore what is it to us that we still live? Mattathias and his son tore their garments, and they conveyed themselves with hard cloth. And Maccabees 3. And his son Judas, who was called Maccabeus, rose up in his place, and all the brothers assisted him along with all those who had joined themselves to his father, and they fought the battle of Israel with rejoicing. And he expanded the glory of the people, and he clothed himself with a breastplate like a giant, and he surrounded himself his weapons of war in battle, and he protected the camp with his sword. In his actions he became like a lion, and like a young lion roaring in the hunt. In the pursuit, the wicked and tracked them down, and those disturbed his people he burned with fire. And his enemies were repelled by the fear of him, and all the works of iniquity were troubled. And salvation was well directed in his hand. And he provoked many kings, and he gave joy to Jacob by his works, and his memory will be a blessing for all generations. And he traveled through the cities of Judah, and he destroyed the impious out of them, and he turned wrath away from Israel. And he was renowned even to this day to exchange them. And he was renowned even to the utmost part of the earth, and he gathered together those who were perishing. And so Apollonius gathered together the Gentiles with a numerous and great army from Samaria to make war against Israel. And Judas knew it, and he went forth to meet him, and he struck him and killed him, and many fell down wounded, and the rest fell away. And he took away their spoils, and Judas took possession of the sword of Apollonius, and he fought with it during his days. And Seron, the leader of the army of Syria, heard that Judas had gathered together a company of the faithful and an enemy with him, and an assembly with him. And he said, I will make a name for myself, and I will be glorified in the kingdom, and I will defeat Judas in warfare, and those who are with him, who have spurned the word of the king, and prepared himself, and the camp of the impious went up with him, with strong auxiliaries, so as to act with vengeance and upon the sons of Israel. And they approached even as far as Beth Horon, and Judas went forth to meet them with a few men. And they approached even as far as Bethron, and Judas went forth to meet them with a few men. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Judas, "How will we few be able to fight against so great and a strong multitude, even though we are weakened by fasting today?" And Judas said, "It's easy for many to be and be the sons of power, and be ready in the morning, so that you may fight against these nations that have assembled against us, so as to destroy us and our sacred things. For it is better for us to die in battle than to see evil come to our nation's sacred place. Nevertheless, it should be willing. Esther, 30th of September. Post Maccabees 4. Then Gorgias took 5,000 men and 1,000 chosen horsemen, and they moved out of the camp by night, so that they might set upon the camp of the Jews, and strike them suddenly, and the sons who were from their stronghold were their guides. And Judas heard of it, and he rose up with his powerful men to strike the force from the king's army. And there was for the army was still dispersed from the camp, and Georgius came by night into the camp of Judas and found no one. And he sought them in the mountains, for he said, "The men flee the house." And when it became day, Judas appeared in the plan with only 3,000 men who had neither armor nor swords. And they saw the strength of the camp of Gentiles, and the men in armor, and the horsemen surrounding them, and these were trained to fight. And Judas said to the men, "Do not be afraid of their multitude, and do not dread their attack." And the horsemen surrounding, and that these were trained to fight. And Judas said to the men who were with him, "Do not be afraid of their multitude, and do not dread their attack. Remember in what way salvation came to our fathers in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with a great army. And now let us cry out to heaven, and the Lord will have mercy on us, and he will remember the covenant of our fathers, and he will crush this army before our face this day. And all nations shall know that there is one who redeems and frees Israel." And the foreigners lifted up their eyes, and they saw them coming against them. And they went out of the camp into battle. And those who who were with Judah surrounded the sound of the trumpet, and then they came together, and the Gentiles were crushed, and they fled into the plains, but the last of them all fell by the sword, and they pursued them even to Gazara, even to the plains of Izumir and Asotos and Jamnia, and there fell from them as many as 3,000 men. As Judas returned with his army following him, he said to the people, "Do not desire spoils, for the war has just begun. And Georgia and his army are near us on the mountain, but stand firm now against our enemies, and fight against them, and you shall take the spoils afterwards securely." And while Judas was speaking these words, behold, a certain part of them appeared looking out from the mountain, and Georgia saw that his men were put to flight, and that they had set fire to the camp, for the smoke that he saw declared what had happened. When they had seen this, they became very afraid, seeing at the same time both Judas and the army in place. So they all fled into the encampment of the foreigners, and Judas returned to take the spoils of the camp, and they obtained much gold and silver, and hyacinth, and the purple of the sea, and the great riches. And returning, they sang a canticle, and they blessed God in heaven because he's good, because his mercy is with every generation. And so great salvation occurred in Israel in that day. But those among the foreigners who escaped went and reported to Lysias all that had happened. And when he heard these things, he was discouraged, being alarmed to this very day, very many more. And when he heard these things, he was discouraged, being alarmed to his very soul, for things had not occurred in Israel according to his wishes, nor as the king had commanded. And in the following year, Lysias gathered together 60,000 chosen men and 5,000 horsemen, so that they might defeat them in warfare. They came into Judea, and they positioned their camp in Bet-Sur, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. They saw the strength of the army, and so he prayed, and he said, "Blessed are you, Saviour of Israel, who crushed the assault of the powerful by the hand of your servant David, and who delivered up to the camp of the foreigners into the hand of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and his advocate." But those among the foreigners who escaped went and reported to Lysias all that had happened. When he heard these things, he was discouraged, being alarmed to his very soul, for things had not occurred in Israel according to his wishes, nor as the king had commanded. In the following year, Lysias gathered together 60,000 chosen men and 5,000 horsemen, so that he might defeat them in warfare. And they came into Judea, and they positioned their camp in Bethsur, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. And they saw the strength of the army, and so he prayed, and he said, "Blessed are you, Saviour of Israel, who crushed the assault of the powerful by the hand of your servant David, and who delivered up to the camp of the foreigners into the hand of Jonathan, the son of Sad, and And they saw the strength of the army, and so he prayed, and he said, Blessed are you, Saviour of Israel, who crushed the assault of the powerful by the hand of your servant David, and who delivered up the camp of the foreigners into the hand of Jonathan, the son of Saul, his armor-bearer. Enclose this army in the hand of your people, Israel, and let them be confounded in their soldiers and their horsemen. Strike them with dread and melt away their boldness of their strength, and let them shudder in their grief. Cast them down with the sword of those who love, and let all the know strike them with dread and melt away the boldness of their strength, and let them shudder in their grief. Cast them down with the sword of those who love and you, and let all who know their name praise you with hymns. And they went forth to battle, and there fell from the army of Lysias 5,000 men. But Lysias, seeing their flight and the boldness of the Jews, and that they were prepared either to live or to die with fortitude, went to Antioch, and chose soldiers they might come back to Judah with great number. Then Judas and his brothers said, Behold, our enemies have crushed. Let us go up now to cleanse and renew the holy place. And the army gathered together, and they sent to Mount Zion. And they said, and they saw the sanctuary deserted, and the altars profaned, the gates burned, and the weeds growing into the courts, as in the forest or as in the mountains, and the adjoining chambers demolished. And they rent their garments, and they make now and they placed ashes on their head, and they fell on the ground on their faces, and they sounded trumpets of alarm, and they cried out toward heaven. Then Judas numbered men to fight against those who were in the stronghold, till they cleansed the holy places. And he chose priests without blemish, whose will held to the law of God. And they cleansed the holy places, and they took away the stones of defiance to an unclean place. And he considered the altar of the Holocaust, which had been profaned, as to what he should do with it. And good counsel fell upon them to destroy it, and lest it might become a reproach to them, because the Gentiles had departed, and so they demolished it. And they stood the stones in the mountain house in a fitting place until there should come a prophet who should provide an answer about those. Then they took whole stones according to law, and they built a new altar according to that which was before. And they rebuilt the holy places and the things that were in the inner part of the temple. They satisfied it, and the altar of incense and the table into the sky. And they placed the bread on the table, and they hung up the veils, and completed all the works which they had begun. And they arose before the morning on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is month of Kislev, in the 148th year, and they offered sacrifice according to the law on the new altar of holocaust that they made, according to the time and according to the day on which the Gentiles had contaminated. And on the same day it was renewed with characteristics and haggles and Syriac lyrics. And all the people fell upon their faces, and they adored and they blessed toward heaven him that had prospered then. And they kept the dedication of the altar for eight communion. And they offered holocaust with joy and sacrifice for the dead. And they kept the dedication of the altar for 8 days, and they kept the dedication of and they offered holocaust with joy and sacrifice of the Dalmatian faith. And there was great rejoicing among the people, and the disgrace of the people was averted. And they kept the dedication of the altar for 8 days, and they offered holocaust with joy and sacrifices of salvation and praise. And they adorned the face of the temple with crowns of gold and small shields, and they dedicated the gates and the adjoining chambers, and set up the doors on them. And there was very great rejoicing on the people, and the disgrace of the Gentiles was averted. And there were great rejoicing among the people, and the disgrace of the Gentile was averted. And Judas and his brothers and all the assembly of Israel decreed that the day of dedication toward altar must be kept in its time from year to year for 8 days, and from the 25th of the month of and all the assembly of Israel decreed the day of the dedication of the altar must be kept in the altar must be kept in its time from year to year for 8 days, from the 20th day. And I pray and it happened, first Maccabees 5, and it happened that when the surrounding nations heard that the altar and the sanctuary had been rebuilt as before, they were very, very angry, and they intended to destroy the people of Jacob. The people were among them, and they began to destroy the people of Jacob, and that were among them, and they began to kill some of the people and to persecute them. Then Judas defeated in warfare the sons of Esau and Edomiah, and those who were in Akrabaten, because they besieged the Israelites, and he struck them with a great scourging. And he remembered the make of the sons of Ben, who were staring, and a scarlet. Then Judas defeated it in war for the sons of Esau and Edomiah and those who were in Akrabaten, because they besieged Israel, and he struck them with a great scourging. And he remembered the malice of the sons of and he remembered the malice of the sons of Bayan, who were a snare and the scandal of the people lying in ambush for them. And they were trapped by him in the towers, and he took up a position near them, and he anathematized them, and he burned their loaves with fire, along with all who were in them. And he remembered First Maccabees 5. And it happened that when surrounding nations heard that the altar and the sanctuary had been rebuilt as before, they were very angry, and they intended to destroy the people of Jacob that were among them. They began to kill some of the people and to persecute them. Then Judas defeated and war with the sons of Esther and Edomiah and those who were in Acrabaten, because they besieged the Israelites, and he struck them with a great scourging. And he remembered the malice of the sons of Ban, who were a snare and a scandal to people lying in ambush for them in the way. And they were trapped by him in the towers, and he took up position near them, and he anathematized them, and he burned them with and they began to kill some of the people to persecute. Then Judas defeated in war with the sons of Esther and Edomiah and those who were in Acrabaten, because they besieged the Israelites, and he struck them with a great scourging. And he remembered the malice of the sons of Bain, who were a snare and the scandal of the people, lying in ambush for them in the way. And they were trapped by him in the towers, and took up position near them, and he anathematized them, and burned their towers with fire, along with all who were there in them. And then he crossed over the sons of Ammon, and he found a strong hand and numbered people, and Timothy was their commander. And he engaged in many battles with them, and they were crushed in their sight. And he struck them down, and he seized the city of Jazer and her sister Sisti, and he returned to Judah. And the Gentiles who were in Gilead gathered together against the Israelites who were within their borders to take them away, so they fled to the fortress Dathama. And they sent letters to Judas and his brothers, saying, the Gentiles all around us have been gathering against us to carry us away, and they are preparing to come and occupy the fortress into which we have fled, and Timothy is the commander of the army. And now therefore come and rescue us from their hands, for many of us have fallen, and all our brothers who were in the places of top have been put to death, and they have led away as captives their wives and their children, and their spoils, and they've slain nearly 1,000 men in that place. And while they were still reading these letters, behold, there arrived from Galilee other messengers with torn garments, who announced, according to those words, saying that those of Ptolemais and Tyre and Sidon have assembled against them, and all of Galilee has been filled with foreigners in order to consume us. And so when the Judas and the people who heard these words, a great assembly came together to consider. And so then when Judas and the people heard these words, a great assembly came together to consider what they should do for their brothers who were in trouble and were being assailed by them. And Judas said to Simon his brother, choose men for yourself and go and free your brothers in Galilee. But I and my brother Jonathan will go to the country of Gilead. And as he left behind Joseph, son of Zechariah, and Azariah as he instructed them to take charge of the people, but not to go war against the Gentiles and to be returned. Now 3,000 men were divided to Simon to go into Galilee, but 8,000 were divided into Judah to go into the land of Gilead. And Simon went to Galilee and he engaged in many battles with the Gentiles, and there fell of the Gentiles nearly 3,000 men, and he took their spoils, and he took with them those who were in Galilee and Bata, and he took with them those who were in Galilee and Bata, and their wives and children, and all that was theirs, and led them into Judea with great rejoicing. And Judas Maccabees and John his brother crossed over the Jordan, and they travelled 3 days' journey through the desert. And the Nabateans met them, and they accepted them peacefully, and they described to them all that had happened to their brothers in the land of Gilead, and that many of them were trapped in Bosra, and Bosra, and Alima, and in Chaspo, and Maked, and Canaan. Moreover, they were led in their grasp in the other cities of Gilead, and they arranged to move other city of Gilead, and they arranged to move the army on the next day. To these cities, and to seize them and destroy them all in one. Then Judas and his army unexpectedly turned their path to the desert, to Bosor, and they occupied the city, and he killed every male by the age of And it happened that at first light, when they lifted up their eyes, behold, there was a multitude of people which could not be numbered, bringing ladders and machines in order to seize the fortress and to assault them. And Judas saw that the flight had begun, and the battle little by little went up to heaven, triumph. And he came with 3 companies behind him, and they sounded the trumpets, and they cried out in battle. The camp of Timothy that it was, Maccabees, and knew that it was Maccabees, and they took to flight before his face. They struck at them with great scourging, and there fell from them in that day nearly 8,000 men. And Judas diverted to Mizpah, and he fought and seized it, and he killed all of the males, and he took its spoils, and he burned it into fire. For there he continued on, and he seized Chaspho, and Maked, and Bosser, and the rest of the cities of Gilead. But after these events, Timothy gathered together another army, and he positioned his camp opposite Raphon across the desert. And Judah sent men to catch sight of the army and reported back to him, and saying, all the nations that surround us have assembled before him, and with an exceedingly great army. And they brought the Arabians auxiliaries to them, and they have set up camp across the torrent in preparation for camp. And they've set up the camp, and they've brought the Arabians and auxiliaries to them. They have set up the camp across the torrent in preparation to come against you in battle. Jews were sent to meet them, and Jews when Judas approached close to the torrent, of what he stationed describes the people near the torrent, he commanded them, saying, permit no man to stay behind, but let all who comes into the battle. And he crossed over them. And he crossed over to them first, and the pair and they threw away their weapons, and so they fled to the And he crossed over to them first, and all the people after him, and all the Gentiles were crushed before their face, and they threw away their weapons, and they fled to the temple that was in Carmel. And he occupied that city, and he buried the temple with fire, along with all the things that were in it, and Carmel was subdued and could not stand against the face of Judas. And Judas gathered together all the Israelites who were in the land of Gilead, from the least even to the greatest, with their wives and children, and a very great path to come to the end, Jacob. And they came as far as Ephron, and this was a great city positioned at the entrance, strongly fortified, and there was no way to go round it on the right, on the left, but those who were in the city shut themselves in and barricaded the gates with pressure, and so Judas sent to them the words of gate. And King Antiochus was traveling through the upper regions, and he heard that the city of Elmes in Persia was very noble and abundant in silver and gold, and that the temple in it was very opulent, and that there was in that place coverings of gold, and brass plates and shields which Alexander the son of Philip, king of Macedonia, who reigned first in Greece, had left behind. And so he came and sought to seize the city and to pillage, and he was not able, because this plan became known to those who were in the city. And they rose up in battle, and he fled away from there. And he departed with great sadness, he returned to Babylon. And someone arrived to report to him in Persia that those who were in the land of Judah were forced to flee the camp. and that Lysias went forth with a particularly strong army, and he was forced to flee before the face of the Jews, and that they were strengthened by the weapons and resources, and many spoils which they seized from the camps they demolished, and that they had destroyed the abomination which had established on the altar that was in Jerusalem in the sanctuary just as before, and he had been encircled with high walls along the bed with Bethsur and his city. And it happened that when the king heard these words, he was terrified and very moved, and he fell down onto his bed, and he fell into feebleness out of the grief would not happen to him as he had intended, and was in that place through many days. For great grief was renewed in him, and he concludes that he would die. And he called all his friends, and he said to them, Sleep has withdrawn from my eyes, and I am declining, and my heart has collapsed out of anxiety. And I said in my heart, how much trouble has come to me, and what floods of sorrow there are where I am now. I used to be cheerful and beloved in my power. Truly now I remember the evils that I did in Jerusalem, from which place I took away all the spoils of gold and silver that were in it. I sent to carry away the inhabitants of Judah without cause. Therefore I know that because of this, that these evils have found me, and behold, I perish with great sorrow in a foreign land. Then he called Philip, one of his friends, and he placed him first of all his kingdom. And he gave him the diadem and his robe and his ring, so that he would guide Antiochus his son and raise him, and so that he would reign. And King Antiochus died there in the 149th year. Lysias knew that the king was dead, and he appointed Antiochus his son to reign, whom he had raised from adolescence, and he called his name Eupator. And those who were in the stronghold had enclosed the Israelites by surrounding the holy place, and they continually sought to do evil to them and to support the Gentiles. And Judas intended to disperse them, and he called together all the people in order to besiege them. And they came together and besieged them in the 150th year, and they made catapults and other machines, and certain ones of these who were besieged escaped, and some of the empires out of Israel joined themselves to them. And they went to the king, and they said, How long will you not act with judgment and vindicate our brothers? We resolve to serve your father and to walk according to the precepts and to obey his edicts, and because of this, the sons of our people have alienated themselves from us. They have put to death as many of us as they could find, and they have torn apart our inheritance. They have not extended their hand against us only, but also against all within our borders. And behold, this day they have taken a position near the stronghold of Jerusalem to occupy it, and they have fortified the stronghold of Bethsur. And unless you quickly act to prevent them, they will do greater things than these, and you will not be able to subdue them. And the king was angry when he heard this, and he called together all his friends and the leaders of the army and those who were over the horsemen. But there came to him mercenary armies from other kingdoms and from the islands of the sea, and the number of his army was 100,000 footmen and 20,000 horsemen and 32 elephants trained for battle. And they travelled through Idumea, and they took a position near Bethsur, and they fought for many days, and they made machines of war. But they came out and burned them with fire, and they fought manfully. And Judas departed from the stronghold, and he moved the camp to Beth Zechariah, opposite the camp of the king. And the king rose up before it was light, and he forced his troops to march towards the way of Beth Zechariah. And the armies prepared themselves for battle, and they sounded the trumpets, and they showed the elephants the blood of the grapes and the mulberries to provoke them to fight. And they divided the feast by the legions, and there stood by every elephant 1,000 men. With shields joined together, and with brass helmets on their heads, and 500 well-ordered horsemen were chosen for every beast. These were ready beforehand, and wherever the beast was, they were there, and wherever it moved, and they did not depart from it. Moreover, upon them there were strong wooden turrets, watched over every beast, and machine upon them, and on them were 32 valiant men, who fought them from above, and an Indian to rule each beast, and the rest of the horsemen he stationed there, here and there, in two parts with trumpets to stir up the army, and to urge on those who were slow to move within its legions. And so when the sun reflected off the shields of gold and brass, the mountains were resplendent from them, and they glowed like lamps of fire. And part of the king's army was divided to the high mountain, and the other part to the low places. And they went forth with order and caution, and all the inhabitants of the land were shaken at the voice of the multitude, and at the advance of the company, and at the clash of the armor, for the army was very great and strong. And Judas and his army drew near for battle, and there fell to the king's army 600 men. Eleazar, the son of Sora, saw one of the beasts shielded with the king's shield, and it was higher than the other beasts. So it seemed to be and he gave himself for the freedom of his people, and obtained for himself a name in eternity. And he ran up to it boldly in the midst of the legion, killing on the right and on the left, and they fell down before him on the side. And he went between the feet of the elephant and put himself under it, and he killed it, and he fell to the ground upon him, and he died there. And seeing the strength of the king and the fullness of the blood, and he died there. And seeing the strength of the king and the forcefulness of his army, they turned themselves away from them. But the king's camp went up against them in Jerusalem, and the king's camp took up a position near the Judah and Mount Zion, and he made peace with those who were in Bethsur, and they went out to the city because they had no provisions in their confinement, for it was the Sabbath of the land. And the king captured Bethsur, and he stationed a garrison there to keep it. And he turned his camp against the place of sanctification for many days. And he stationed there catapults and other machines to cut fires and wind, to cast the fire, and windlasses to cast stones and darts, and small catapults to cast arrows and metals. But they also made machines against their machines, and they fought for many days. But there was no food in the city, because it was the 7th of the year, and those who had answered who remained in Judea were from the Gentiles, and so they consumed all, and Judea were from the Gentiles, so they consumed all that they had left from what had been stored up. And there retrieved in the holy place were a few men, for the famine had prevailed for them, and they were scattered, each one of his own free will. Then Lysias heard that Philip, whom King Alexander had appointed when he was still alive, to raise his son Antiochus and to reign, and he returned from Persia and Medina with the army that went with him, and that he sought to take upon himself the affairs of the kingdom. He hurried to go and to say to the king and the commanders of the army, we are weakened every day, and our food is limited, and the place that we besiege is strong, and it is incumbent upon us to put the kingdoms in order. And so let us bestow a pledge to these men and make peace with them and with all their nations. And let us establish for them that they may walk according to their own laws, just as before, because of their laws, which we despise, they have become angry and have done all these things. And the idea was pleasing the sight of the king and leaders, and they sent to him. And the king and the leaders swore to them, and they went out of the stronghold. And the king entered into Mount Zion and saw the fortifications of the place, and so he abruptly turned to face. Then the king entered into Mount Zion and saw the fortifications of the place, and so he abruptly broke the oath that he had sworn, and he committed the surrounding wall to be destroyed. And he departed in haste and returned to Antioch, where he found Philip the ruling. The city, and he fought against him and occupied the city. Maccabees 7. In the 151st year, Demetrius, like the son of Seleucus, departed from the city of Rome, and he went up with a few men to a maritime city, and he realigned there. And it happened that as he entered the house of the kingdom of his fathers, the army captured Antiochus and Lysias to bring them to him. And the matter became known to him, and he said, "Do not show me their face." So the army killed them, and Demetrius sat upon the throne of his kingdom, and there came to him iniquitous and impious men from Israel, and Alcimus was their leader, who had made a bad foundation. And they accused the people to the kingdom, saying, "Judas and his brothers have destroyed all their friends, all your friends, and he has scattered us from our land. And now therefore send a man whom you trust, and let him go and see all the destruction he has done to us and to the region of the king. Let him punish all his friends and their helpers." And so the king chose among his friends Bacchides, who ruled across the great river in the kingdom, and who was the faithful to the king, and he sent him to see the destruction that Judas has done. Moreover, he appointed the wicked Alcimus. Maccabees 8. And Judas heard of the fame of the Romans, that they are powerful and strong, and that they willingly agree to all things that are asked of them, and that whoever was agreeable to them, they established a friendship with them, and so that they are powerful and resourceful. and they heard of their battles and successful works that they had accomplished in Galatia, how they had subdued them and brought them under their command. And what great things they had accomplished in the region of Spain, that they driven under the powers and minerals and silver, gold, Bezempio, had obtained the possession of an entire place by their counsel and patience, and that they had overcome places that were very far from them, and the kings who came against them in Matthew. The king who came against them from the ends of the earth had crushed them and struck them with great scourging, while the rest paid tribute to them every year, and that they had defeated in battle Philip and Persis, the king of the Cettians, and the other who had taken up the army against them, and had crushed them in the warfare and subdued them. And how Antiochus, the great king of Asia, who brought a fight against them, having 120 elephants with horsemen and swift chariots, and a very great army, was crushed by them, and how they had captured him alive, and had decreed to him that both he and those who would reign after him would pay a great tribute, and that he should provide hostages bound to an agreement. And that regions from the Indians and from the Medes and from the Lydians, from among the regions, with those whom he had taken from them, they gave to King Eumenes, and those who were in Greece wanted to go out and defeat them, but they became aware of this plan, and so they sent one general to them, and he fought against them, and many of them fell, and they led him into captivity. From among the region, and those whom they had taken from them, they gave to King Eumenes, and those who were in Greece wanted to go out and defeat them, but they became aware of this plan. And those who were in Greece, and so they sent one general to them, and he fought against them, and many of them fell, and they led into captivity their children. And the remaining kingdoms and islands which any time had risen they destroyed and drove under their power. But with their friends and with those who remained at peace with them, they maintained friendship and conquered kingdoms, those that were near and those that were far off, and for all those who heard of their name were afraid of them. In fact, whoever they wanted to help become ruler, those reigned, but whomever they wanted, they deposed from the kingdom, and they were greatly exalted. And all these none wore a diadem or was clothed in purple. To be magnified in this, and also they made themselves a senate house, and they consulted daily with 320 men, continually acting as the council of the multitudes. They would do the things that were right, and they commit their government to one man each year to rule over their land, and they all obey this man, and there is no envy or jealousy among them. And so Judas chose Eupolemus, the son of John, the son of Jacob, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and he sent them to Rome to make an agreement of friendship. And so that they would make them workers. And so that they would take away from them the yoke of the Grecians, for they saw that they oppressed the kingdom of Israel with servitude. And they went to Rome, a very long journey, And they entered the Senate house, and they said, Judas Maccabeus and his brothers and the people of the Jews have sent us to you to establish with you an alliance and peace, and so that we may be with you and register among your associates and friends. And the word was pleasing in their sight, and this copy of the writing which they rewrote on tablets and brass and sent to Jerusalem, so that it would be with them in that place as a memorial of people and alliance. May all be well with Romans and with the nation of the Jews at sea and on land forever, and may sword and enemy be far from them. But if a war is instituted against the Romans, first those who do battle, they need to provide with supplies of wheat or army, or arms or money and ships. Just seems good to the Romans. They shall obey their orders while taking nothing from them. But in like manner also, if war will have fallen upon them, the nation of the Jews first, the Romans shall help them willingly, just as the situation permits, and those who give assistance will not be provided with wheat or arms or money and scraps, or just as it seems good to the Romans, and they shall obey in their orders without deceit. According to those people, the Romans have made an agreement with the people of the Jews. And if after these people, one or another, would want to avoid anything to take to or take away anything from these, moreover, concerning the evils that King Demetrius did to them, we have written to him, saying, Why have you made your yoke heavy upon our friends? And if therefore they come again to us against you, we will render the judgment with them. First Maccabees 9. Meanwhile, when Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his army had fallen in battle, he again positioned Bacchides and Alcimus in Judea, and the right horn of his army with them. And they traveled by the way that led to Gilgal. And they set up camp in Messalot, which is in Arbela, and they occupied it, and they destroyed the lives of many men. In the first month of the 152nd, they positioned the army near Jerusalem, and they rose up and went to Berea with 12,000 men and 2,000 horsemen. Now Judas had captured the camp near Jerusalem, and they rose up and went to Berea with 20,000 men and 2,000 horsemen. Now Judas had stationed his camp in Elazar, and 3,000 chosen men were with him. They saw the multitude of the army, that they were many, and they became very afraid. And many withdrew for themselves against the camp, and there remained more than 800 men. And Judas that his army had slipped away, and in battle he pressed on. And the battle pressed upon him, and his heart was shattered, and he did not have time to gather them together, and he was very discouraged. And so he said to those who were remaining, "Let us rise up and go against our enemies, because we may be able to fight against them." But they dissuaded him, saying, "We will not be able, but let us try to save our lives and to return to our brothers, and then we will fight against them, for we stir." And Judas, far from being asked to do things, and Judas said, "Far be it from us to do this thing, so as to flee from them, but if our time has drawn near, let us die with virtue, and on behalf of our brothers, and let us not inflict guilt upon our glory." And the army moved from the camp, and they stood to meet, and the horsemen were divided in two parts, and stone slingers and archers went before the army. And the first ones were all powerful men experienced in combat. Moreover, Bacchides was the right horn, and the legion drew near on both sides, and they sounded the trumpets. And Judas saw the stronger part of the army of Bacchides was on the right side, and all the steadfast in heart came together with him, and the right part was crushed by them, and he pursued them even to Mount Azotus. And those who were left with the horn saw that the right horn was crushed, and so they followed after Judas, and those who were with him at their back. And the battle was hard fought, and there fell many wounded from side and the other. And Judas fell, and the others fled, and Jonathan and Simon called Judas their brother, and they buried him. And so and all the people of Israel wept for him with a great wailing, and they mourned him for many days. And they said, "Such a powerful man has fallen. We acknowledge." But the rest of the words about the wars of the Jews and the virtuous act that he did and has magnitude have not been written. But the rest of the words about the wars of the Judas and virtuous acts that he did and his magnitude have not been written, for there were very many. As it happened that after the death of Judas, the iniquities began to emerge in all parts of Israel, and they began to discourage all those who worked iniquity. In those days there occurred a great famine. And Bacchides chose impious men, and they sought out and persecuted the friends of Judas, and they led them to Bacchides. And there occurred a great tribulation in Israel, such as never been, since the day that there was no prophet seen in Israel. Since your brother Judas has fallen away, there's not a man like him to go forth against enemies, against Bacchides, those who are the enemies of our nation. So now we've chosen you in his place, and on this day to be our leader and commander, in order to wager wars. Next to him, the time Jonathan took upon himself the leadership, he rose up in the place of Zechariah. No brother, and Bacchus knew of it, and he sought to kill it. And Jerusalem, and Jonathan, his brother Simon, knew of this, and so did all with them. That's from And Bacchus knew of it, and he sought to kill him. And Jonathan, his brother Simon, knew of this, and so did all who were with him. They fled into the desert of Tekoa. They settled by the water of Lake Asphar. And Bacchus knew of it, and on the day of Sabbath he himself arrived with all his army across the Jordan. And Jonathan sent his brother, commander of the people, to oust the Nabateans. And Jonathan sent his brother, commander of the people, to ask the Nabateans, his friends, to lend them their muster. And Bacchus knew of it, and on the day of Sabbath he himself arrived with all his army across the Jordan. And Jordan sent his brother, a commander of the people, to ask Nabateans, his friends, to lend them their equipment, which was abundant. The sons of Jamri went forth from Medeba, and they captured John and all that he had. And they went away in possession of these. And these events it was reported to Jonathan and his brother Simon that the sons of Job wouldn't finish yet. And after these events, it was reported to Jonathan and his brother Simon that the sons of Jamri were having a great marriage celebration. They would light. And after these events, it was reported to Jonathan and his brother Simon, the sons of Jamri were having a great marriage celebration, and that they would be leading the bride, a daughter of one of the great leaders of Canaan. After these events, it was reported to Jonathan's brother Simon that the sons of Jamri were having a great marriage celebration, and they would be leading the bride, the daughter of one of the great leaders of Canaan, out of Medeba with great fanfare. And they remembered the blood of John, their brother, and they went up and hid themselves. And they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a tumult and a well-prepared multitude. And the bridegroom proceeded with his friend and his brothers of the They lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a tumult and a well-prepared multitude. And his bridegroom proceeded with figures. And they rose up against them out of the ambush, and they killed them. And there fell many wounded, and the remainder fled from the mountains. They took all the spoils, and the marriage celebration was turned into mourning, and the voice of the musical instruments into lamentation. And they took revenge for the blood of their brother and the return to the bank of Jordan. And Bacchides heard about this, and he came on the day of Sabbath all the way to the coast of Jerusalem. And they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a tumult and a well-prepared multitude, and the bridegroom proceeded with his friends, his brothers, to meet them with timbrels and musical instruments and many weapons, and they rose up against them out of ambush. They killed them, and there fell many wounded. And the remainder fled into the mountains, and they took all their spoils, and the marriage celebration was turned into mourning. The voice of the musical instrument of lamentation, they took revenge for the blood of their brother, and they returned to the bank of Jordan. And Bacchides heard about this, and he came on the day of Sabbath all the way to the coast of Jordan with a great force. And John, let us rise up and fight against our enemies, for it is not today as it was yesterday, for the day before. For before the war is before us, and truly with the water of the Jordan there, and the banks, and truly with the water of the Jordan there, here and there, and the banks and the marshes and the woods, there's no place for us to turn aside. And therefore cry out now to heaven, so that you may be freed from the hands of your enemies. And they joined together in warfare. And Jonathan extended his hand to strike Bacchides, but he turned away from him in retreat. And Jonathan, those who were with him, leaped forward into Jordan. They swam across Jordan to them, and there fell from the side of They fell from the side of Bacchides on the day 1,000 men. They returned to Jerusalem, and Shallus, and they built fortified cities in Judea, the fortification that was in Jericho and in Emmaus, and in Beth Horon, and in Bethel and Tinab, and Parathon, and Tephon, with high walls and gates and bars. And he stationed garrisons with them, so that those in Israel became trained in warfare. And he fortified the city of Bethsur and of Gazara, Bethsur and Gazara, and the stronghold, and he stationed auxiliaries in them with supplies of rations, and he took the sons of the leaders of the region by hostage, and put them in the stronghold in Jerusalem under guest. And he fortified and he took the sons of the leaders of the region for hostage, and put them in the stronghold in Jerusalem under guard. Now in the second month of 153rd year, Alcimus instructed the walls of the inner court of the sanctuary had to be destroyed, and that the works of the general part was now in the second month of 153rd year, Alcimus instructed the walls of the inner court to be destroyed, and the works of the prophets to be destroyed, and began to destroy them. That time Alcimus was struck, and his works And at the time Alcimus was struck, and his works were hindered, and his mouth was close shut, and he was weakened with paralysis, so that he was no longer able to speak nor to give orders concerning his health. And Alcimus died at that time in great torment. And Bacchides saw that Alcimus was dead, and he returned to the king, and the king was And Bacchides saw that Alcimus was dead, and he returned to the king, and the land was quiet for 2 years. And all the iniquitous considered together, saying, Behold, Jonathan, and those who are with him, live in quietude and confidence. Now, therefore, let us bring forth Bacchides, and he will capture them all in one night. So they went and gave advance notice. And he rose up so as to advance with a great army, and he secretly sent letters to his associates who were in Judea to seize Jonathan, those who were with him, but they were not able, for their plans began to work. So they went and gave counsel to him, and he rose up so as to advance with great army, and they secretly sent letters to her. And so they went and gave counsel to him, and he rose up so as to advance with a great army. He secretly sent letters to his associates who were in Judea to seize Jonathan, those who were with him, but they were not able, for their plan became known to them. And he apprehended from the men of the region, those who were the leaders of the palace, 50 men. He killed them. And Jonathan and Simon and those who were with him withdrew into Bethpasi, which is in the desert. And he repaired its breaches, and they fortified it. And Bacchides knew about it, and he gathered together all his multitude, and he reported to those who were from Judea. And he came and made camp among Bethpasi. And he fought against it for many days, and he made machines of war. But Jonathan left behind his brother Simon in the city, and he went out into the country, and he approached with a number of men, and he struck Odomira and his brother and the son of Pharison in their tents, and he began to slaughter and increase the forces. In truth, Simon and those who were born with him went forth from the city, burned the machines of the In truth, Simon and those who were with him went forth from the city and burned the machines of the war. And they fought against Bacchides, and he was crushed by them, and they afflicted him greatly, because his counsel and his meat disappointed Wayne. And he was angry with the men of iniquity who had given counsel to come into their region, and he killed many of them. But he decided to depart with the remainder into their country. And Jonathan knew it, and he went and sat and he accepted it willingly and according to his words, and he swore that he would do him no evil all the days of his life. And he restored him the captives which he previously had been given from the land of Judah. And he turned back and went away into his own land, and he longer drew near, in order to enter into their borders, and so the sword ceased from Israel. And Jonathan lived in Michmash, And in that place Jonathan began to judge the people, and he destroyed the impious out of Israel. One Maccabee 10th, and in the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, who was surnamed the Illustrious, came up and occupied Ptolemy, and they received him, and he reigned there. And the king Demetrius heard of it, and he gathered together an exceedingly great army, and he went forth to meet him in battle. And Demetrius sent a letter to John with peaceful words to magnify him, for he said, "Let us first make peace with them, and before he makes one with Alexander against us. For he will remember all the evils that we have done to him, and to his brother, and to his nation, and he gave him the authority to gather together an army, and to fabricate weapons, so they would be his associate in the hostages who were in the stronghold he ordered to be handed over to him." And John came to Jerusalem, and he read the letters in the hearing of all those people and of those who were in the stronghold. And they were struck with great fear, because they heard that the king gave him the authority to gather an army, and the hostages were handed over to Jonathan, and he restored them to their parents. And Jonathan lived in Jerusalem, and he began to rebuild repair the city, and told those doing the work to build up the walls and Mount Zion all around with square stones and a fortification. They did so. And then the foreigners who were in the fortification that Bacchides had built fled away, and each one abandoned his place and departed into his own land. Only in Bethsur did there remain some others of those who had forsaken the land and the precepts of God, for this was a refuge for them. And King Alexander heard of the promise that Demetrius promised to Jonathan. They described battles to him and the virtuous deeds that he and his brothers had done, and the hardships that they had endured. And he said, "Would we ever find another such man? And so now let us make him our friend and our associate." And so he wrote a letter, and he sent it to him, according to those words, saying, "King Alexander, to his brother Jonathan, greetings. We have heard of you that you are a man of power and strength, and that you are fit to be our friend. So now on this day we appoint that you be high priest of your people, and that you be called the king's friend." And he sent him a purple robe and a crown of gold, and that you be of mind with us in our affairs, and that you keep friendship with us. Then Jonathan clothed himself with a holy vestment in the 7th month, and in 160th year, on the solemn day of the Feast of Tabernacles, and he gathered together an army, and he made an abundance of weapons. And Demetrius heard these words, and he was exceedingly sorrowful, and he said, "What have we done in this, that Alexander has gone before us to obtain the friendship of the Jews, to strengthen himself? I also will write to them the word of petition, and offer positions of rank and gifts, so that they may act in assistance to me." And he wrote to them in these words, "King Demetrius, to the nation of the Jews, greetings, since you have kept the peace with us, and have remained in our friendship, and not made the agreements with our enemies. We have heard of this, and we are glad, and so now persevere still to remain faithful to us, and we will reward you with good things for what you have done for us." And and so now persevere still to remain faithful to us, and we will reward you with good things for what you have done for us, and we will repay you for your many expenses, and will give you gifts. And now I release you and all the Jews from tributes, and I grant you the payment of salt. And I send back the crowns and the thirds of the seed, and the portion of the fruit from the trees, which is my share, I relinquish to you from this day and hereafter, so that it shall not be taken from the land of Judah, nor from the 3 cities that have been added to it, from Samaria and Galilee, and from this day and for all time. And let Jerusalem be holy and free within its borders, and let the tents and tributes be for itself. And I even return authority over the strongholds, which is in Jerusalem, and they give it to the high priest in order to appoint in it such men as he will choose who will guard it. And every soul of the Jews who were taken captive from the land of Judah and all my kingdom, I set at liberty without charge, so that they are all released from tributes even of their cattle. And all the days of solemnities and Sabbaths and new moons and decreed days, and the 3 days of the solemn day and 3 days of the solemn day shall be days of immunity and remission for all the Jews who are in my kingdom. And no one will have the authority to do anything or incite any plots against any of them. And it's the army of the king up. And some of them shall be appointed to fortresses, and some of them shall be set over the fairs, the kingdoms, those who act with faith, and let the leaders be from them, and let them walk by their own laws, just as the king has commanded in the land and Judah, and the 3 cities that have been added to Judah from the region of Samaria. Let them be counted with Judah, so that they may be united as one, and so that they may obey to the other authorities, except the high priest, Ptolemy and its combines. I give as a free gift to the holy place that are Jerusalem's the necessary expense of the holy things. And I give every year 15,000 shekels of silver from the allotment of the king, from what belongs to me, and all that has been left over, and which those who were set over the affairs in prior years have not paid. And from this time they will give its works of their house, and beyond this they shall receive 5,000 shekels of silver from the allotment of the holy place. Each year this will belong to the priest who perform the ministry, and whoever will flee into the temple that is in Jerusalem or any part of it, being liable before the king in any matter, let them be released, and all that is theirs in my kingdom let them have it freely. And as the works of the rebuilding and repairing the holy place and expense shall be given to them from the king's revenues, as the raising of the walls of Jerusalem, the fortification all around its expense shall be given from the king's revenue, and also for the building of the walls in Judea. So when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they did not believe or accept them, because they remembered the great malice they had done in Israel, for he had troubled them greatly. And so they were pleased with Alexander, because he had been to them a leader with words of peace, and they were assistant to him every day. And so King Alexander gathered together a great army, and he moved his camp against Demetrius. And the 2 kings joined together in battle, and the army of Demetrius fled away, and Alexander followed after him, and he closed in on them. And the battle was hard fought, and the sun went down, and Demetrius was slain on that day. And Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy and the king of Egypt, according to these words, saying, Know that I have returned to my kingdom, and I am seated upon the throne of my fathers. And I have obtained the leadership, and I have crushed Demetrius, and I have taken possession of our country. And I have joined battle with him, and both he and his camp have been crushed by us, and we are seated on the throne of this kingdom. And now let us establish a friendship with one another, and give me your daughter as a wife. I will be your son-in-law, and I will give gifts that are worthy of you to both you and her. And King Ptolemy responded by saying, Happy is the day on which you will return to the land of your fathers. You sat on the throne of their kingdom. Now I will do as for you as you have written, but meet with me at Ptolemy, so that we may see one another, and so that they may espouse her to you, just as you have said. And so Ptolemy departed from Egypt, both he and his daughter Cleopatra, and he arrived at Ptolemy's in the 162nd year, and King Alexander met him, and he gave him Cleopatra his son, and he celebrated her marriage at Ptolemy with great glory, just as befits kings. And King Alexander wrote to Jonathan that he should come to meet him, and he went forth with glory to Ptolemy. And he met the 2 kings there, and he gave them much silver and gold in gifts, and he found favor in their sight. And some of the pestilent men of Israel, men of iniquity, came together against him, interrupting with objections against him, and the king did not attend to them. And he ordered that Jonathan's garments be taken away from him, and that he be clothed in purple. And they did so, and the king arranged for him to sit with him. And he said to his princes, "Go out with him into the midst of the city and make a proclamation, so that no one may raise objections against him in any manner, and so that no one may bother him for any reason." And so it happened that when his accusers saw his glory had been proclaimed, and him clothed in purple, they all fled away. And the king magnified him, and he enrolled him among his foremost friends, and he gave him a position as governor and as a participant in his dominion. And Jonathan returned to Jerusalem with peace and joy. And in 165th year, Demetrius, the son of Demetrius, came from Crete into the land of his fathers, and King Alexander heard of it. And he was very sorrowful, and he returned to Antioch. And King Demetrius appointed Apollonius as his general, who was in charge of Coele-Syria. And he gathered together a great army, and he drew near to Germany, and he sent Jonathan the high priest, saying, "You alone resist us, and so I've been brought to derision and disgrace, because you exercise your power against us in the mountains. Now therefore, if you trust in your forces, descend to us in the plains, and let us contest one another, for the power of war is with me. Inquire and learn who I am, and the others who are auxiliaries to me, who also say that our feet cannot stand before our face, for your fathers have twice been put to fight in their own land, and now how will you be able to withstand the horsemen and so great an army in the plains, where there is no stone or rock or place to flee?" But when Jonathan heard the words of Apollonius, he was moved in soul, and he chose 10,000 men, and he departed from Jerusalem. And Simon and his brother met him to help him, and they positioned their tents near Joppa, but they excluded him from the city, because a garrison from Apollonius was in Joppa. And so he attacked it, and those who were in the city, being terrified, overturned. And so Jonathan obtained Joppa. And Apollonius heard of it, and he moved 3,000 horsemen and a great army, and he went towards Azotus, like one making a journey. But he suddenly departed to the plains, because he had a great number of horsemen, and he trusted in them. And Jonathan followed after him to Azotus, and they joined together in battle. And Apollonius secretly left behind them in the camp 1,000 horsemen. And Jonathan realized like there was an ambush behind him, and they surrounded the camp, and they cast darts at the people from morning until evening. But the people stood firm, just as Jonathan had instructed them, and their horses suffered hardship. Then Simon drew forth his army, and he sent them against the legion, for the horsemen were wearied, and they were crushed by him, and they fled. And those who were scattered throughout the land, throughout the plains, fled to Azotus, and they entered into Beth-dagon, so that by their idol in that place they might save themselves. But Jonathan set fire to Azotus and to the cities that were all around it. He captured their spoils and their both Dagon, and he burned with fire all those who had fled into it. So it was that those who fell by the sword, with those who burned, were nearly 8,000 men. And Jonathan removed his encampment from there, and he took up a position against Ascalon. And they went out to the city to meet him with great glory. And Jonathan returned to Jerusalem with his own men, having many spoils. As it happened that when King Alexander heard these words, he added still more glory to Jonathan. And he sent him a clasp of gold, as is customary to be given those who are of royal line and lineage. And he gave him Mecron and its border as a possession. And the king of Egypt gathered together an army, 1 Maccabees 11, and the king of Egypt gathered together an army like the sand that is along the shore of the sea, and many ships, and he sought to obtain the kingdom of Alexander by deceit, and to add to it his own kingdom. And he departed in Syria with words of peace, and they opened the cities to him, and they were meeting with him, for King Alexander had commanded them to go out to meet him, because he was his father-in-law. But when Ptolemy entered the city, he placed garrisons of soldiers in each of the cities. And when he drew near to Azotus, they revealed to him that the temple of Dagon had been burned with fire, and Azotus and its suburbs had been demolished, and bodies had been abandoned, and that for those who had been cut to pieces in war, they had made a tomb along the way. And they told the king that Jonathan had done these things so as to make him hated, but the king remained silent. And Jonathan went to meet the king at Joppa with glory, and they greeted one another, and they stayed there. And Jonathan went with the king as far as the river, which is called Eleutherus, and he returned to Jerusalem. But King Ptolemy obtained the dominion of the coastal cities as far as Seleucia, and he devised evil plans against Alexander. He sent ambassadors to Demetrius, saying, "Come, let us compose a pact between us, and I will give you my daughter, whom Alexander had, and you will reign in the kingdom of your father. For I regret that I have given him my daughter, for he had sought to kill me." And he slandered him because he coveted his kingdom. And he took away his daughter, and he gave her to Demetrius, and he alienated himself from Alexander, and his hostilities were made manifest. And Ptolemy entered Antioch, and he placed 2 diadems upon his head, that of Egypt and that of Asia. Now King Alexander was in Cilicia at that time, because the people of those places were rebelling, and when Alexander heard of it, he came against him in warfare. And King Ptolemy led forth his army, and he met with a strong hand. He put him to flight, and Alexander fled into Arabia so as to be protected there. And King Ptolemy was exalted, and Zabdiel the Arab took off the head of Alexander, and he sent it to Ptolemy. And King Ptolemy died on the 3rd day, and those who were in the stronghold were destroyed by those who were in the camp. And Demetrius reigned in the 167th year. In those days Jonathan gathered together those who were in Judea in order to fight against the stronghold that was in Jerusalem, and they made many machines of war against it. And so certain men of iniquity who hated their own people went forth to King Demetrius, and they reported to him that Jonathan was besieging the stronghold. And when he heard it, he became angry, and he came to Ptolemy, and he wrote to Jonathan he should not besiege the stronghold, but that he should meet with him promptly for a discussion. But when Jonathan heard this, he ordered them to besiege it, and he chose some from the elders of Israel and from the priests, and he put himself in danger. And he took good gold and silver and vestments and many other presents, and he went to the king at Ptolemy, and he found favor in his sight. And some of the iniquities from his nation came forward with objections against him, and the king treated him just as those who were before him had treated him, and exalted him in the sight of all his friends. And he confirmed him in the high priesthood and in all the other honors that he held before, and he made him the leader of his friends. And Jonathan requested the king that he would make Judea free from tribute along with the 3 districts and Samaria and its confines, and he promised him 300 talents. And the king consented, and he wrote letters to Jonathan about all these things, continuing in this way. King Demetrius to his brother Jonathan, and to the nation of the Jews, greetings. We're sending you a copy of the letter that we wrote to Lassen, our parents, about you, so that you may feel, so that you will know. King Demetrius to Lassen, his parent, greetings. We have determined to do good with the people of the Jews who are our friends, and keep to what is just with us, because their goodwill which they hold towards us. Therefore we have signed to them all the parts of Judea and the 3 cities, Lydda and Ramatha, which were added to Judea from Samaria, and all their confines to be set apart for all those sacrificing in Jerusalem in place of that which the king previously received from them each year, and then placed the fruits of the land and the fruit trees. And as for the rest of that which pertains to us from the tithes and tributes, and from this time forward, we release from them from these, as well as from the drying areas of salt, and the crowns that were presented to us. All these we concede to them, and nothing of these shall be revoked from this time forward and for all time. And now therefore take care to make a copy of these things, and let it be given to Jonathan, and set upon by the holy mountain an honourable place. And King Demetrius, seeing that the land was quieted in his sight, and nothing resisted him, sent all his forces away, each one to his own place, except the foreign army which he had drawn together from the islands of the nations. So all the troops of his fathers were hostile to him. But there was a certain one, Trypho, who was previously on Alexander's side, and he saw that all the army murmured against Demetrius, and so he went to Malchu, the Arab who raised Antiochus, the son of Alexander, and he persuaded him to deliver him to him. So that he would reign in his father's place. And he reported to him what Demetrius had done, and that his army was hostile to him. And he remained there for many days. And Jonathan sent to King Demetrius so that he would cast out those who were in the stronghold in Jerusalem, and those who were with the garrisons, because they fought against Israel. And Demetrius sent to Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for you and your people, but I will elevate your glory in your nation when opportunity shall serve. Now therefore you will do well if you send men as auxiliaries to me, for all my army has withdrawn from me. And Jonathan sent 3,000 strong men to him at Antioch. And they came to the king, and the king was delighted at their arrival. And those who were of the city gathered together 120,000 men and women, and they wanted to execute the king. And the king fled into the royal court, and those who were of the city occupied the passageways of the city, and they began to fight. And the king called the Jews to his assistance. And they came together before him at the same time, and then they all dispersed themselves throughout the city, and they killed in that day 100,000 men, and they set fire to the city, and they received many spoils in that day. And those who were of the city saw that the Jews had taken the city just as they wanted, and they were weakened in their resolve. And they cried out to the king with supplication, Grant us a pledge, and let the Jews cease from assailing us in the city. And they threw down their arms, and they made peace. And the Jews were glorified in the sight of the king and the sight of all who were in his realm. And they became renowned in the kingdom. And they returned to Jerusalem, holding many souls. And so King Demetrius sat on the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quieted in his sight. And he falsified everything whatsoever that he had said, and he alienated himself against. That he had said, and he alienated himself from Jonathan. He did not repay him according to the benefits that he had received in tribute from him, and he vexed him greatly. But after this, Trypho returned with him, and with him was Antiochus, that adolescent boy, and he reigned, and he put a diadem on himself. And there assembled And they assembled before him all the troops where Demetrius had dispersed, and they fought against him, and he turned his back and fled. And Tryphon took the elephants, and he obtained Antioch. And the young Antiochus wrote down, I confirm you in the priesthood and I appoint you over the poor city so as to be among the king's friends. And he sent him vessels of gold for his ministry, and he gave him the authority to drink from gold, and to be clothed in purple, and to have a golden clasp. And he appointed his brother Simon as governor from the border of Tyre, all the way to the border of Egypt. Then Jonathan went out, and he passed through the cities across the river, and all the armies of Syria were gathered together in assistance to him. And he came to Ascalon, and those from the city met him honorably. And he went from there to Gaza, and those who were in Gaza closed themselves in. And so he besieged it, and he burned all that was around the city, and he plundered it. And those of Gaza petitioned Jonathan, and he pledged to them with his right hand. He accepted their sons as hostages and sent them to Jerusalem, as he traveled through the country as far as Damascus. And Jonathan heard that the leaders of Demetrius were acting treacherously at Kadesh, which is in Galilee, with a great army intending to remove him from the affairs of the kingdom. And he went to meet them, but he left his brother Simon behind in the countryside. And Simon took a position against Bethsur, and he assailed it for many days, and he closed. And they asked him to accept a pledge, and he granted this to them, and he cast them out of there and seized And Jonathan and his camp took a position by the ward of Gennesaret, and before his first light they were standing watch in the plains of Hazor. And behold, an army of foreign met him in the plains, and they set up an ambush against him in the mountains, but he met them from the opposite direction. Yet those lying in ambush then rose up from their feasts and joined them in combat. And all those who were from Jonathan's side fled. Not one of them was left, except Mattathias, the son of Absalom, and Judas, the son of Japhia. And so Jonathan tore his garments, and he placed dirt on his head, and he prayed, and Jonathan turned back toward them in battle and put them to flight. And they fought, and when those from his side who had fled saw this, they returned to him, and with him they all pursued them, even to Kadesh. And there fell from the foreigners on that day 3,000 men, and Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. And Jonathan saw that the time was on his side, and he chose men, and he sent them to Rome, and to confirm and to renew the peace agreement with them. And he sent letters to the Spartans and to other places according to the same form. They went to Rome and entered the Senate house, and they said, Jonathan the high priest, and the nation of the Jews have sent us to renew the peace and alliance as it was before. And they gave letters to them, to those in each place, that they would lead them into the land of Judah with peace. And this is a copy of the letters that Jonathan wrote to the Spartans, Jonathan the high priest, and the elders of the people, and the priests, and the rest of the people of the Jews, to the Spartans and their brothers, greetings. Now, some time ago, letters were sent to Onias, the high priest from Marius, who reigned then among them, so that you would be our brothers, just as the copy that is written below states. And Onias received the man whom you have sent with honor, and he received the letters in which was conveyed the alliance and peace treaty. And we, though have no need of these things, having for our solace Therefore we will remember you at all times without ceasing in our solemnities, and other days when it is fitting in the sacrifice that we offer and in our observance, just as it's fitting and right to remember brothers. And so we rejoice at your glory. But many tribulations and many wars have surrounded us, and the kings who are around us have fought against us. But we are not willing to trouble you nor the rest of our allies and friends about these battles, for we have assistance from heaven, and we have been delivered, and our enemies have been humbled. And so we have chosen Emanius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, and we have sent them to the Romans to renew the former peace treaty and alliance with them, and so we have commanded them to also come to you, and to greet you, and to deliver our letters to you about the renewal of our brotherhood. Now you would do well to respond to us about these things. And this is a copy of the letters that he sent to Onias, and Arius, king of the Spartans, to Onias, the great priest, greetings. It's found in Scripture about the Spartans and the Jews, and that they are brothers, and that they are of the family of Abraham. And since we know these things, you would do well to write to us about your peace. But we also have written back to you that our cattle and the possessions are yours, and yours are ours, and so we have commanded that these things should be announced to you. And Jonathan heard that the leaders from Demetrius had returned, again with a greater army than before, so as to fight against them. And so he departed from Jerusalem, and he met them in the region of Hamath, for he did not give them time to enter into his own region. And so he sent spies into their camp, and returning they reported they planned to come upon them in the night. And when the sun had set, Jonathan instructed his men to stand watch, and to be in arms, ready to fight all night long. And he stationed guards around the camp. And the adversaries heard that Jonathan was prepared for warfare, and they were struck with fear and dread in their hearts. And they kindled fires in their camp. But Jonathan and those who were with him did not know of it until morning, for they saw the lights burning. And Jonathan pursued them, but did not overtake them, for they crossed the river Eleutherus, and Jonathan diverted towards the Arabians, who were called Sabadeans. And he struck them and took their spoils, and he regrouped and came to Damascus, and he passed through all that region. But Simon went forth and came as far as Ascalon, and the nearby fortress, but he turned aside to Joppa and occupied it, for he had heard that they intended to hand over the fortress that was on the site of Demetrius. And he stationed a guard there to keep it. And Jonathan returned, and he called together the elders of the people, and he scribed with them to build fortresses in Judea, and to build up the walls in Jerusalem, and to raise a great height between the stronghold and the city, in order to separate from the city, so that it would stand alone, and would have neither buying nor selling there. And they came together to build up the city. And the wall that was over the brook toward the rising of the sun was fallen, and he repaired that which is called Chaphenata. And Simon rebuilt Adida in Shephelah, and he fortified, and he set up gates and bars. And so when Trypho had decided to reign over Asia, and to assume the diadem, and to extend his hand against the king Antiochus, he was afraid lest Jonathan might not permit him, but might fight against him. So he sought to seize him and to kill him, and he rose up and went to Bethshan. And Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for battle, and he came to Bethshan. And when Trypho saw that Jonathan came with a great army to extend his hand against him, he was afraid, and so he received him with honor, and he commended him to all his friends, and he gave him gifts, and he instructed his troops to obey him just as himself. And he said to Jonathan, "Why have you troubled all the people, when there is no war between us? And now send back to their houses, but choose for yourself a few men, who may remain with you and come with me to Ptolemy. I will deliver it to you, and the rest of the fortress, and the army, and all those who are in charge of coming. And I will turn and go away, for this is the reason I came." And Jonathan believed him, and he did as he said, and he sent away his army, and they departed to the land of Judah. But he retained with them 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 to Galilee, and 1,000 came with him. But when Jonathan entered into Ptolemy. Those of Ptolemy closed the gates of the city, and they captured him and all those who entered with him. They executed with the sword, and Trypho sent an army and horsemen into Galilee, into the great plain, to destroy all the citizens of Jonathan. But when they thought that Jonathan had been captured and slain, along with all those who were with him, they encouraged one another, and they went out, prepared for battle. Then those who had pursued them, seeing that they stood for their lives, were turned back, and so they all came into the land of Judah, and with peace, and bewailed Jonathan, those who had been with him exceedingly. And Israel mourned with great lamentation. Then all the nations that were all around them sought to crush them, for they said, they have no leader or helper. Now therefore let us fight against them, and take away the memory of them from among men. And Simon heard that Trypho had gathered together an immense army to come to the land of Judah and to lay waste to it. Seeing that the people were fearful and trembling, he went up to Jerusalem, and he gathered together the people. And exhorting them, he said, You know what great battles I and my brother and the house of my father have fought for the laws and for the holy places, and the anguish that have been seen. And as a result of these things, all my brothers have perished for the sake of Israel, and I have been left alone. And now it is not necessary for me to spare my life in any time or tribulation, for I am not better than my brothers. And so I will vindicate my people in the sanctuary, and likewise our children and wives, for all the Gentiles have gathered together to crush us slowly out of malice. And the spirit of the people was immediately enkindled when they heard these words, and they responded with a loud voice, saying, You are our leader in place of Judas and of Jonathan, your brother. Fight our battles, and we'll do whatever you tell us to do. And so gathering together all the men of war, he accelerated the completion of all the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it all around. And he sent Jonathan the son of Absalom, and with them a new army into Joppa. And he cast out those who were in it, and he himself remained there. And Trypho moved from Ptolemy with a great army to come into the land of Judah, and Jonathan was with him in custody. But Simon took up a position at Addis, opposite the face of the plains, and when Trypho realized that Simon rose up to the place of his brother Jonathan, that he would be joining in the battle with him, he sent messengers to him, saying, We have detained your brother Jonathan because of the money that he owed to the king's account, because of the matters for which he was responsible. And now send 100 talents of silver and 2 of his sons for hostages, so that when he is dismissed, he may not flee from us, and then we will release him. And Simon knew that he was speaking deceitfully to him, yet he ordered the money and the boys to be given, lest he should bring upon himself a great hostility from the people of Israel, who might have said, because he did not send the money and the boys that he perished. And after this Trypho came to the country to crush it, and they circled around by the way that leads to Adora, and Simon and his camp marched into every place wherever they went. But those who went in the stronghold sent messengers to Trypho, so that he would hurry to come through the desert, and to send them provisions. And Trypho prepared all his horsemen to arrive on that night. But there were very great snowfall, and he did not come into Gilead. And when he approached towards Baskamah, he killed Jonathan and his sons there, and Trypho turned back and went into his own land. And Simon sent and took the bones of Jonathan's brother and buried them in Mod in the city of fathers. And all Israel bewailed him with great lamentation, and they mourned him for many days. And Simon built over the sepulchre of his father and of his brother a building lofty to see of polished stone front and back. He set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his 4 brothers. and around these he placed great columns. Upon the columns, weapons as a continual memorial, and beside the weapons, carvings of ships, which might be seen by all those who sail the sea. This is the sepulchre. That he made him modern even to this day. But Tryphon, when he was on the journey with the young king Antiochus, killed him by deceit. And he reigned in his place, and he put on the diadem of Asia, and he caused great scourges upon the land. And Simon built up the strongholds of Judea, fortifying them with high towers, and great walls, and gates and bars, and he placed provisions in the fortresses. And Simon chose men, and he sent to King Demetrius so that he would grant a remission to the region, for all that Tryphon did was to carry plundering. And King Demetrius responded to this word, and he wrote a letter in this manner: King Demetrius to Simon, the high priest and friend of kings, and to the elders and people of the Jews, greeting. The golden crown and the baham that you sent we have received, and we are prepared to make great peace with you, and to write to the officer of the king to remit you the things that we have released, for whatever we have established remains in force for you, and the stronghold that you have built, let them be yours. Likewise, any oversight or fault, even to this day, we forgive it, along with the crown that you owed, and if anything else was taxed in Jerusalem, now let it not be taxed. And if any of you is fit to be enrolled among our own, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. And in the 170th year, the yoke of the Gentiles was taken away from Israel, and the people of Israel began to write from tablets in the public records the first year under Simon, high priest, great commander, and leader of the Jews. In those days, Simon took up a position at Gaza, and he encamped around it, and he made machines of war. And he applied them to the city, and he struck one tower and captured it. And those who were within the machine broke forth into the city. And a great commotion occurred in the city, and those who were in the city ascended upon the wall with their wives and children, having torn their tunics, and they cried out with a loud voice, asking Simon to grant them the pledge. And they said, do not repay us according to our malice, but according to your mercy. And weeping, Simon did not destroy them, yet he cast them out of the city, and he cleansed the buildings in which there had been idols, and then he entered into it with hymns and blessings, blessing the Lord. And having cast out all uncleanness, he placed in it men who would observe the law, and he fortified it and made it his dwelling place. But those who were in the stronghold of Jerusalem were prohibited from going out and entering the region, and from buying and selling, and they were very hungry, and many of them perished through the famine. And they cried out to Simon that they might receive a pledge, and that he granted to them, and he cast them out of there, and he cleansed the stronghold from contamination. And they entered it on the 23rd day of the second month in 171st year, and with thanksgiving and palm branches and lyres and cymbals and psalteries and hymns and canticles, because a great enemy had been crushed out of Israel. And he established that these days should be kept every year with rejoicing. And he fortified the mountain of the temple, which was nearly the stronghold. And he established that these days should be kept every year with rejoicing, and he fortified the mountain of the temple, which was near the stronghold, and he lived there himself, along with those who were with him. And Simon saw that John, his son, was valiant man in battle, and so he appointed him as commander of all the forces, and he lived in Gezara. In the 1 Maccabees 14, in the 172nd year, King Demetrius gathered together his army, and he went into Media to obtain auxiliaries to fight against Trypho. And Arsaces, the king of Persia and Media, heard that Demetrius entered his confines, sent one of his princes to capture him alive and to bring him to him. And he went out and struck the camp of Demetrius and captured him and brought him to Arsaces. And he placed him under guard. And the entire land of Judah was quiet during all the days of Simon. And he sought out what was good for his people, and his power and his glory pleased him through all his days. And with all his glory he accepted Joppa as a port, and he made it an entrance to the islands of the sea. And he enlarged the boundaries of his nation, and he controlled the countryside, and he gathered together many captives, and he was the ruler of Gazara and Bethsur, and the stronghold, and he took uncleanliness away from it, and there was no one who could withstand him. And each one cultivated his land in peace. And the land of Judah produced its fruit, and the trees of the fields their fruit. And all the elders sat in the streets, and they discussed what was good for the country. And the youths clothed themselves in glory and in robes of war. And he gave tributes of provisions to the cities. And he decreed that they would have equipment for fortifications, so that the fame of his glory was renowned even to the ends of the earth. And he caused there to be peace over the land, and Israel was rejoicing with great joy. And each one sat under his vine and under his fig, and there was no one who would terrify them. And there was nothing left of those who might fight against them in the land. Kings had been crushed in those days, and he confirmed all the humble of his people. And he sought the law, and he took away every iniquity and evil. And he glorified the sanctuary, and he multiplied the vessels of the holy places. And was heard at Rome and even in Sparta that Jonathan had passed away, and they were very sorrowful. But when they heard that Simon, his brother, had been made high priest in this place, that he obtained their entire country and the cities in it, they wrote him on tablets of brass so as to renew their friendship and alliance which they made with Judas and with Jonathan and his brothers. And they were read in the sight of the assembly at Jerusalem. This copy of the letters the Spartans sent, the leaders of the cities of Spartans, to Simon, the great priest, and to the elders and the priests and the rest of the people of the Jews and their brothers, greetings. The ambassadors who were sent to our people have reported to us of your glory and honor and rejoicing, and we were glad at their arrival. And we wrote down what was said by them in the councils of the people as follows: Eumenius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, ambassadors of the Jews, came to us to renew the former friendship with us, and pleased the people to receive them ingloriously, and place the copy of their words in the section of the public book so as to be a memorial to the people of the Parthians. Furthermore, we have written a copy of them to Simon the great priest. But after the Simon sent Eumenius to Rome in possession of a great shield of gold weighing over 1,000 pounds to confirm their sojourn with them. But when the people of Rome heard these words, they said, with what deeds of thanksgiving shall we repay Simon his son? For he has vindicated his brothers, and he has fought off the enemies of Israel from them. And so they decreed him free, and they registered on tablets of brass and placed an inscription on Mount Zion. And this is a copy of the writings on the 18th day of the month Eloi, in 172nd year, the third year under Simon the great priest at Asaramel. In a great convocation of the priests and the people and the leaders of the nations, the elders of the country, these things were noted, and now there have been often been battles in our countries. And Simon, the son of Matthias, of the sons of Jareb, and of his brothers, have put themselves in danger and have withstood the enemies of their nation, so as to establish their holy places in the law. And they have glorified their people with great glory. And Jonathan gathered together his nation, and he was made their great priest. And he was laid to rest among his people. And their enemies wanted to trample and lay waste to their country, and to extend their hands against their holy places. Then Simon resisted, and he fought for his nation, and he requested much money, and he armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages, and he fortified the cities of Judea and Bethsur, which are along the borders of Judea, where the weaponry of the enemy was before. And he placed a garrison of Jewish men there, and he fortified Joppa, which is by the sea. and Gazara, which is on the border of Basildus, where the enemy stayed before, and he placed Jews there, and he positioned with them whatever was fitting for their preparations. And the people saw the acts of Simon, the glory that he intended to bring to his nation. They made him their commander and first priest because he had done all these things, because of the justice and faith that he maintained for his nation, and because he sought to exalt his people by all means. And in these days there was prosperity by his hands, so the Gentiles were taken away from their country, and also those who were in the city of David in Jerusalem, in stronghold from which they went out and contaminated all the places that were around. And the peoples And in this days there was prosperity with his hands, and the Gentiles were taken away from their country, and those who were in the city of David and Jerusalem in the stronghold, from which they went out and contaminated all the places that were around them, the sanctuary, from which they brought a great scourging against chastity. And he placed in it Jewish men as a ways of protection for the region and the city, and he raised the walls of Jerusalem. And King Demetrius confirmed him in the high priesthood. According to these things, he made him his friend, he glorified him with great glory. For he heard that Romans had called the Jews their friends and associates and brothers, and that they received the ambassador of Simon's glory, and that the Jews and their priests had consented that he should be their governor and high priest unceasingly until there should be a rise a faithful prophet, and that he should be the commander over them, and that he should take care of the sanctuary, and that he should appoint foremen over their works, and over their country, and over the weapons, and over the stronghold, and that he should take care of the holy places, and that he should be obeyed by all, and that all the records in the country should be recorded in his name, and that he should be clothed in purple and gold. There should not be lawful for any of the people, the priests, to make void any of these things, nor to contradict these things. And whoever would otherwise or will make void anything shall be guilty. And it pleased all the people to appoint Simon and act according to these words. And Simon accepted it, and he was pleased to perform the office of high priesthood, and to be the command and the leader of the people of the Jews, and that the priest to be foremost over all of them. They asked that this writing be placed on tablets of brass, and be placed with the priests in the sanctuary and celebrate praise. And a copy of these placed in the treasuries of Simon and sons may have it. And King Antiochus, 1 Maccabees 15, and King Antiochus, the son of Demetrius, sent letters from the islands of the sea to Simon the priest and the leader of the nation of the Jews, to all the people, and these continue in this way: King Antiochus to Simon, the great priest, and to the people of the Jews, greetings. Since certain pestilent persons have obtained the kingdom of our fathers, it is my will then to vindicate the kingdom and to restore it just as it was before. So I have chosen a great army, and I have built ships of war. Furthermore, I intend to pass through the regions so that I may take revenge on those who have corrupted our country and have desolated many cities in my kingdom. And now, therefore, I confirm to you all the oblations that all the kingdoms before me have remitted to you, and whatever other gifts they remitted to you, and I permit you to make a striking of your own coins. For your own country, moreover, let Jerusalem be holy and free, and all the weapons that have been made, and the fortress that constructed all that you hold, let them remain with you, and all that is owed to the king, and let what should belong to the king in the future from this time and for all this time is remitted to you. Yet when we have obtained our kingdom, we will glorify you and your nation, the temple with great glory. so much so that your glory shall be made manifest in all the earth. In the 174th year Antiochus went to the land of the fathers, and all their armies came over to him, so that few were left with Trypho. And King Antiochus followed him as he fled along the sea coast and came to Dora, for he knew that evils had gathered together upon him, and that his troops had forsaken him. And Antiochus took up a position above Dora, and with 120,000 men of warfare and 8,000 horsemen. And he encircled the city, and the ships drew near by the sea, and they assailed the city by land and by sea, and they permitted no one to go in or out. But Numanius and those who had been with him came from the city of Rome, having letters written to the kings of the regions which was going to these things. Lucius, consul of Rome, to King Ptolemy, greetings. The ambassador of the Jews, our friends, came to us to renew the former friendship and alliance having been sent from Simon, the leader of the priests and the people of the Jews. They also brought a shield of gold of over 1,000 pounds. And so it was pleasing to us to write to the kings of the regions that they should do no harm to them, nor fight against them in their cities, in their regions, and that they should bear no assistance to those fighting against them. And it seemed good to us to receive the shield from them. And if therefore those who are pestilent have taken refuge with you from their region, hand them over to Simon, the leader of the priests, so that he may give a verdict to them according to the law. These same things were written to King Demetrius and to Attalus and to Areithus and to Arsaces and to all the regions, to Lampsacus and to the Spartans and to Elis and Mindos and Sicinos and Caria and Samos and Pamphylia and Lycia and Halicarnassus and Kos and Side and Aradus and Rhodes and Phaselis, Gortini, Gnidus, Cyprus, and Cyrene. Moreover, they wrote a copy of these things to Simon, the leader of the priests, and the people of the Jews. But King Antiochus positioned his camp near Dora, second time moving his hand against it continually and making machines of war. And he enclosed Trypho lest he escape. And Simon sent 2,000 chosen men to him as auxiliaries and silver and gold and abundance of equipment. And he was not willing to receive them, but he broke all of the pacts that he had made with him before, and he alienated himself from him. And he sent to him Athenobius, one of his friends, to deal with him, saying, You hold Joppa and Gaza and the stronghold that is in Jerusalem, which are cities of my kingdom. You have desolated their parts, and you have caused great scourging in the land, and you have become ruler throughout many places in the kingdom. Now therefore hand over the cities that you occupy, the tributes, the place where you have been ruler beyond the borders of Judea. But if not given for them 500 talents of silver and for the destruction that you have caused, and with the tributes of the cities another 500 talents. But if not, we will come and fight against you. So Athenobius, a friend of the king, came to Jerusalem and saw the glory of Simon, and his splendor and his gold and silver and his abundance of equipment. He was astonished, and you repeat the words of the king to him. And Simon responded to him, and he said to him, We have not taken foreign land, nor do we hold anything but foreign, but we hold the inheritance of our fathers, which was for some time unjustly possessed by our enemies. In truth, we have the opportunity, we can claim the inheritance of our fathers. And as to Joppa and Gaza, which you demand, they brought a great scourging on the people in our country, for these will give 100 talents. And that Athenobius did not respond a word to him, but returning with anger to the king, he reported him these words, the glory of Simon, and all that he had seen. The king became angry with great anger. But Trypho fled by ship to Othosia, and the king appointed Sendibus as commander of the seacoast. And he gave him an army of foot soldiers and horsemen, and he commanded him to move with his camp against the face of Judea. He commanded him to build up Kedron and to barricade the gates of the city and to make war against the people. But the king pursued Trypho, and Cenobales passed through to Jamnia, and he began to provoke the populace and trample Judea and to make the people captive, and to escape and to build up Kedron, and he stationed horsemen and an army there, so that they could go out and travel through the ways of Judea as the king appointed him to do. First Maccabees 16, and so John came up from Gazara. He reported to Simon his father and what Cenobales had done against their people, and Simon called his two other sons, Judas and John. He said to them, I and my brothers and my father's house have fought against the enemies of Israel from our youth even to this day, and this work has prospered in our hands, so that we have delivered Israel several times. Now that I am old, and you must act in place of me and my brothers, and go out to fight for our nation, truly may the help of heaven be with you. Then he chose from the region 20,000 men of warfare and horsemen. They started out towards Cenobales, and they rested in Modin, and they rose up in the morning and went out into the plains, and behold, an abundant army of foot soldiers and horsemen was there to meet them. And there was a river flowing between them, and he and his people moved their camp opposite their place. And he saw the trepidation of the people to cross over the river, and so he crossed over first. And seeing him, the men also crossed after him. And he divided the people and the horsemen into the midst of the foot soldiers. But the horsemen of their adversaries were exceedingly numerous, and they sounded the holy trumpets. And Cenobales and his army were turned back, and many of them fell wounded, but the rest fled into the fortress. Then Judas, the brother of John, was wounded, but John pursued them until he came to Kedron, which he had built, and they fled all the way to the towers that were in the fields of Azotus. And he burned them with fire, and there fell of them 2,000 men, and he returned to Judas. Now Ptolemy, the son of Abacus, was appointed commander of the plain of Jericho, and he held much silver and gold, for he was the son-in-law of the high priest, and his heart was exalted. He wanted to obtain the region, and he devised treachery against Simon and his sons so as to destroy them. Now when Simon was traveling through the cities that were in the region of Judea, and acting with concern for them, he went down to Jericho, and he and Mattathias and Judas his sons in the 177th year in the 11th month, this is the month of Shevat, the son of Abobus received them with deceitfulness into a little fortress which is called Doc, that he had built, and he had made with great feast. And he hid the men there. And when Simon and his son they came inebriated, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons and entered the gathering. And when Simon and his son became inebriated, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons and entered the gathering, and they killed him and his two sons, some of his servants. And he committed a great treachery in Israel, and he repaid God with evil, good with evil. And Ptolemy wrote about these things and sent to the king, so that he would send him an army to assist him, and he could deliver to him the region and their cities and tributes. And he sent others to Gazara to destroy John. He sent letters to the tribunes to come to him, and he would give them silver and gold in gifts. He sent others to occupy Jerusalem and the mountain of Gaza. Now certain one running ahead reported John in Gazara that his father and his brothers perished, and that he sent to kill you also. But when he heard it, he was very afraid, and he apprehended the men who came to destroy him, and he killed them, for he knew they sought to destroy him. The rest of the stories about John and his wars and the virtuous deeds that he performed with fortitude and building raised and things that he did. Behold, those have been written in the book of the days of priesthood from the time that he became high priest after his father. Second Maccabees 1. To the brothers, the Jews who are throughout Egypt, the brothers, the Jews who are in Jerusalem and in the region of Judea, send greetings and good peace. May God be gracious to you and may remember his covenant which was spoken to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, his faithful servants. And may he give all of you the heart to worship him and to do his will with a great heart and a willing soul. And may he throw upon your heart with his law peace. May he heed your prayers and be reconciled to you, and may he not forsake you in the evil time. And now in this place we are praying for you. When Demetrius reigned, and in the 169th year we Jews wrote to you during the tribulation and assaults which overcame us in those years, from the time that Jason withdrew from the Holy Land and from the kingdom. They burned the gate, and they shed innocent blood, and we prayed to the Lord, and were heard, and we brought him forth sacrifices and fine wheat flour, and we kindled the lamps and set forth the loaves, and now celebrate the days of shelters in the month of Kislev. And in the 188th year, from the people who are at Jerusalem and in Judea, and from the Senate and Judas, to Aristobulus, the magistrate of King Ptolemy, who is of the ancestry of anointed priests, and to those Jews who are in Egypt, greetings and good health. Having been freed by God from great peril, we give thanks to him greatly, inasmuch as we have been struggling against so great a king. For he caused those who fought against us and against the holy city to burst forth from Persia. For when the commander himself was in Persia, and with him an immense army, he fell into the temple of Nananeh, having been deceived by the council of the priests of Nananeh. For Antiochus also came to the place with his friends to live with her, so that he would receive much money in the name of a dowry. And when the priests of Nananeh had made the proposal, and he had entered with a few men to the vestibule of the shrine, they closed the door, the temple. After Antiochus had entered, and throwing open a hidden entrance to the temple, they cast stones. And they struck the leader and those who were with him. And having severed their limbs and cut off their heads, they threw them outside. Blessed be God through all these things, who has done up the impurities. Therefore, establishing the purification of the temple on the 25th day of the month of Kislev, we considered necessary to signify this to you, so that you likewise may keep the day of shelters, the day of the fire that was given when Nehemiah offered a sacrifice up to the temple and the altar had been built. For when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests who at that time were worshippers of God secretly took the fire from the altar, and they kept it hidden in a valley where there was deep and dry pit, and they kept it safe in that place in such a way that the place would be unknown to all. But when many years had passed, and pleased God that Nehemiah should be sent by the king, Persia sent some of the posterity of these priests who had hidden it to seek the fire, and just as they told us, they did find fire, but only deep water. Then he ordered them to draw it up and carry it to him. And the priest Nehemiah ordered the sacrifice which had been set to be sprinkled with the same water, both the window and the things that were placed within it. And when this was done, and the time came, and the sun shined brightly, which before was in a cloud. There was kindled a great fire, so much so that all were filled with wonder. But all the priests were reciting prayer, while the sacrifice being consumed with Jonathan beginning and the rest answering. And the prayer of Nehemiah was held in this way: O Lord God, creator of all terrible and strong, just and merciful, you alone are the good King. You alone are excellent. You alone are just and all-powerful and eternal, who frees Israel from all living, all evil, created the chosen father and sanctified them. Receive the sacrifice on behalf of all your people Israel, and preserve and sanctify your portion. Gather together our dispersion, free those who are in servitude to the Gentiles, and respect those who are despised and abhorred, so that the Gentiles may know that you are our God. Affect those who in their arrogance are oppressing us and treating us abusively. Establish your people in your holy place, just as Moses said. And so the priests sang hymns unto the sacrifice had been consumed. But when the sacrifice had been consumed, Nehemiah ordered the remainder of the water to be poured upon the great stones. When this had been done, a flame was kindled from them, but it was consumed by the light that shined brightly from the altar. In truth, when this thing became known, it was reported to the king of Persia that in the place where the fire had been hidden by those priests who had been led away, water appeared, by which Nehemiah and those who were with him purified the sacrifice. But the king considered and examining the matter till he made a temple for it, so that he might study what had happened. And when he had studied it, he gave the priests many goods and presents, and of one kind or another, and using his own hands he distributed these. And Nehemiah called his place Nephthah, which is interpreted as publication, but with many it is called Nephi. Now it is found in the description of the prophet Jeremiah that he ordered those who transmigrated to take the fire, just signified, and as he ordered into the transmigration, and he gave them the law so that they would never forget the commandment of the Lord, and so that they would not go astray in their minds in seeing the idols of gold and silver and their ornaments. And in this manner, with other sayings, he exhorted them, lest they remove the law from their heart. Furthermore, it was in the same writing, how the prophet by divine response ordered that the tabernacle and the ark be made to accompany him until he exited from the mountain where Moses ascended and saw the inheritance of God. And arriving there, Jeremiah found a place in a cave, and he brought both the tabernacle and the ark and the altar of incense into that place, and he obstructed opening. A certain ones of those who followed him approached to make note of the location, but they were not able to find it. But when Jeremiah knew of it, he blamed them, saying, The place shall be unknown until God shall gather together the congregation of the people, until he may be favorably inclined. And then the Lord will reveal these things, and the majesty of the Lord shall appear. There will be a cloud, just as it was also manifested to Moses, just as he manifested these when Solomon petitioned that the place should be sanctified to the great God. For he also drew upon wisdom magnificently, and so having wisdom, he offered the sacrifices of the dedication and the consummation of the table, just as of the temple, just as Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire descended from heaven and consumed the holocaust, as so Solomon prayed and fire descended from heaven and consumed the holocaust. And Moses said that it was consumed because the sin offering was not eaten. And similarly, Solomon also celebrated the 8 days of the dedication. Moreover, there seemed these same things that were put into the description and commentary of Nehemiah, including him when constructing a library, he gathered together from the region book. And similarly, Judas also gathered together all the things that were destroyed by the war that befell us. And these are with us. Therefore, if you desire these things, send those who may carry them to you. And so, since we will be celebrating the purification, we wrote to you. Therefore, you will do well if you keep these days. But we hope that God, who has freed his people and surrendered to all the inheritance and the kingdom and the priesthood and sanctification, just as he promised in the law, will quickly have mercy on us and will gather us together from under heaven into the holy place. For he has rescued us from great perils, and he has purged the place. The truth about Judas Maccabees and his brothers, and the purification of the great temple and the dedication of the altar, and also about the battles which pertain to Antiochus, the illustrious, and his son Eupator, and about the illuminations which came from heaven to those who acted on behalf of the Jews with fortitude, were such that they, though few, vindicated the entire region and put to flight a multitude of barbarous, and recovered the most famous temple in the whole world, and freed the city and restored the laws that were abolished, for the Lord with all tranquility was sitting back. And similarly, things have been comprised in 5 books by Jason the Cyrenian, we have attempted to bridge into one volume. For considering the multitude of the books and the difficulty of those who are willing to undertake the narration of history find due to the multitude of events, we now have taken care so that indeed those who are willing to read may have delight in the mind, and so that in the truth the studious may easily be able to commit it to memory, and also so that all the readers may find it useful, and indeed we ourselves who have taken up the task of bridging this work have no easy labor. For in truth many more correctly we have assumed an activity full of vigilance, sweat, just as those who prepare feasts also seek to be attentive to the will of the others for the sake of the gratitude of many. We willingly undertake the labor. Indeed, leaving to the authors the truth about particular details, we, instead of being devoted to this form, striving to be brief. For just as the architect of a new house will have concern of the entire structure, and in truth he who takes care to paint it will seek out what is considered, and in truth he who takes care to paint it will seek out what is fitting and adorn it, so also should such things be considered us. Moreover, to collect knowledge and to order words and to discuss every particular point attentively is the duty of the author of history. Yet truly to pursue brevity of speech and to shun the extent of matters is conceded to an abbreviator. Therefore he will begin. For it's foolish to go on and before the account, when the account itself is succinct. Therefore, when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and also the laws was still being kept very well because of the piety of Onias, the high priest, and the hatred that this soul held for evil, it happened that even the kings and princes themselves considered the place worthy of the highest honor, and so they glorified the temple with very great gifts, so much so that Seleucus, king of Asia, furnished from his revenue all of the expenses for the ministry pertaining to the sacrifice. But Simon, from the tribe of Benjamin, having been appointed as overseer of the temple, obstructed the chief priests in order to undertake some kind of iniquity in the city. But when he was not able to overcome Onias, he went to Apollonius, the son of Tarsus, who at that time was the governor of Colchis, Syria, and Phoenicia. And he announced to him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of innumerable sums of money, and that the common storehouse, which did not pertain to the allotment for the sacrifices, was immense, and that it would be possible for all of this to fall under the power of the king. And when he presented the news that he brought back to King Apollonius about the money, he summoned Heliodorus, who was in charge of this matter, and he sent him with orders in order to transport the aforesaid money. And immediately Heliodorus set forth on the way. Indeed appearing as if sojourning to the cities of Coelesyria and Phoenicia, but in truth the reason was to complete the proposition of the king. But when he had arrived at Jerusalem and had been kindly accepted the city by the high priest, he explained to him the information that had been provided concerning the money. And he freely disclosed the cause for which he was present, but he questioned whether these things were truly so. Then the high priest revealed to him that these things had been deposited along with provision for the widows and the orphans. In truth, a certain part of that which impious Simon had reported belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a very eminent man. But the entire amount was 400 talents of silver and 200 gold. For in truth, to deceive those who are trusted in the place of the temple that is honored throughout the whole world for its veneration and sanctity would be altogether impossible. Because of those things that he held as orders and from the king, he said that by all means the money must be transferred to the king. And so on the appointed day, Heliodorus entered to set these things in order. Yet truly there was no small amount of trepidation throughout the entire city. And so the priests threw themselves before the altar in priestly vestments, and they called upon him from heaven, who had established the law about the deposits, such as those with whom they had deposited would keep it safe. And now truly whoever saw the countenance of the high priest was wounded in mind, for his face and the changing of its colour declared the inner sorrow of the soul. For this one man was so immersed in grief and in physical dread that it was clear to those who beheld him that sorrow had affected his heart. And now others flowed together in flocks from houses, pleading and making supplications on behalf of which soon be brought into contempt. And the women, wrapped with haircloth in the chest, flowed together through the streets, and even the virgins who were cloistered rushed forth to Onias, and others rushed to the walls, and truly certain ones looked through the windows. But every one of them stretched forth their hands towards heaven, made supplication, for the expectation of the mixed multitude and of the great agony to endow anyone with pity. And indeed these called upon Almighty God, so the thrust that had been entrusted to them would be preserved with all integrity. But Heliodorus completed the same that he had been decreed, being himself present in the place, and his attendants near the treasury. Then the Spirit of the Almighty God made a great manifestation of his presence, so much so that all who had presumed to yield to him were turned aside by fainting and dread, falling by the power of God. For there appeared to them a certain horse having a terrible rider, adorned with the best covering, and he rushed forth and assailed Heliodorus with his foregot front hoofs, and he who sat him seemed to have armor of gold. Moreover, there appeared two other youths, with the appearance of power, the glory of nobility, and the power of splendor. These stood near him on each side, and they scourged him without ceasing, striking with many scourges. Then Heliodorus suddenly fell to the ground, and they quickly took him up, draped him by a great darkness. Having placed him onto a stretcher, they rushed him away. And so he who had approached the perforce treasury with so many officials and attendants was called away. And indeed, through divine power, he lay mute and also deprived of all hope of recovery. But they blessed the Lord because he had magnified his place, and because the temple, which had little while before was filled with confusion and fear, and became filled with joy and gladness when all-powerful Lord appeared. But they blessed the Lord because he had magnified his place, and because the temple, which had a little while before was filled with confusion and fear, became filled with joy and gladness when all the powerful Lord appeared. Then truly certain friends of Heliodorus came forth to petition Onias so that he would call upon the Most High to grant life to him, who was appointed to breathe his last breath. But the high priest, considering that the king might perhaps suspect that some malice against Heliodorus had been completed by the Jews, offered beneficial sacrifice for the health of men. When the high priest was praying, the same youths dressed in the same clothing were standing by Heliodorus, and they said, "Give thanks to Onias, the priest, for it is on his behalf that the Lord has granted life to you." But having scourged by God, you must announce to all the great things of God and his power. And having said this, they disappeared. Then Heliodorus offered sacrifices to God and made great vows to him who had permitted him to live. And he gave thanks to Onias. And gathering his troops, he returned to the king. But he testified So when the king questioned Heliodorus as to who might be fit to be sent once more to Jerusalem, he said, if you have an enemy or traitor to your kingdom, send him there, and he will return to you scourged, if he even escapes. For truly in that place there is certain power of God. Yet he who has his dwelling in the heavens, in the visitor and protector of that place, and he strikes and destroys those that arriving to do evil. That's the things about Heliodorus. But the aforementioned Simon, who was a betrayer of the money and of his nation, spoke evil about Onias, and he had instigated Heliodorus to do these things as if he had been the inciter of evils. And he dared to say that he was a traitor to the kingdom, though he provided for the city and defended his people and was zealous for the law of God. But when the hostilities had proceeded to such an extent that even murders were committed by certain close associations of Simon, Onias considered the dangers of Onias, considering the peril of his contention, Apollonius to be mad, though he was governor of Coele-Syria and Phoenicia, which only augmented the malice of Simon, he brought himself before the king, not so as to be an excuse of citizen, but in view of his consideration for the common good of the entire multitude, for he saw that without royal prevalence it would be impossible to remain suited. Peace to the events, nor would Simon ever cease his foolishness. But after the life of Seleucus expired, when Antiochus, who was called the Illustrious, had assumed the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, was ambitious for the high priesthood. He went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver. And he went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver, and from other revenues 80 talents, and beyond these he promised also 150 more, if he would be granted the authority to establish a sports arena and a school for boys. But to Maccabees 4. But the aforementioned Simon was a betrayer of the money and of his nation, spoke evil about Onias, and he had instigated Heliodorus to do these things as if he had been the inciter of evil. He dared to say that he was the traitor to the kingdom, though he provided for the city, and defended his people, and was zealous for the law of God. For when the hostilities had proceeded to such an extent that even murders were committed by certain close associates of Simon, Onias, considering the peril of his contention and Apollos to be mad, though he was the governor of Coele-Syria and not to be as an accuser, but in view of his own consideration of the common good of the entire multitude. For he saw that without But after the life of Seleucus expired, when Antiochus, who was called the Illustrious, had assumed the kingdom, Jason the other went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver, and from other revenues 80 talents. And beyond these, he promised us 150 more if he would be granted the authority to establish a sports arena and school for boys, and to enroll those who were at Jerusalem as Antiochians. When the king had assented and he had obtained the leaders, he immediately began to transfer his subjects to the ritual of the heathens, taking away those things that had been established by the kings by reason of the humanitarianism of the Jews through John, the father of Opolamus, who formed a friendship and alliance with the Romans. He discharged the legitimate legislation avoiding those of the citizens, and he sanctioned and depraved customs. for he even had the audacity to set up below the very stronghold a sports arena and to place all the best adolescents, boys in. And taking away those things had been established by the kings for he even had the audacity to set up below the very stronghold a sports arena to place all of the best adolescent boys in brothels. Now this was not the beginning, but a certain increase and progression of heathenism and foreign practice due to the nefarious and unheard wickedness of the impious non-priest Jason, so much so that now the priests were not devoted to the concerns of the service altar, but despising the temples, they hurried to become participants of the wrestling school and of the prohibited injustice. So they want to do it. And even holding the honours of the fathers to be nothing, they esteemed the glories of the Greeks as best. For the sake of these, they held a dangerous competition and were imitators of their practices, and so in all things they desired to be similar to those who had been their enemies and destroyers. But acting impiously against the divine laws does not go unpunished, as these subsequent events will reveal. But when the competition of celebrated every year was at Tyre, the king being present, the village Jason sent sinful men from Jerusalem, carrying 300 didrachmas of silver for the sacrifice of Hercules. But those who transported it asked them that it might not be. So even though this was offered by him who sent it for the sacrifice of Hercules, it was instead given over to the manufacture of Greek warships because of those presenting it. Then Apollonius, the son of Menestheus, was sent into Egypt because the nobles of King Philometor of Ptolemy, when Antiochus realized that he had been effectively alienated from the affairs of the kingdom, consulting his own interests, he started out from there and came to Joppa, and from there to Jerusalem. He was received magnificently by Jason and the city, and he entered with the lights of little torches and with praises, and there he turned back with his army to Phoenicia. And after 3 years, Jason sent Menelaus, the brother of the above-mentioned Simon, carrying money to the king and bearing response about essential matters. And he, being recommended to the king when he had magnified the appearance of his power, usurped the high priesthood for himself, outbidding Jason by 300 talents of silver. And so having received orders from the king, he returned, holding nothing at all worthy of the priesthood, in truth having the soul of a cruel tyrant, the rage of a wild beast. And indeed Jason, who had taken captive his own brother, was himself deceived, and was expelled to become a fugitive in the region of the Ammonites. Then Menelaus indeed obtained the principality, but truly concerning the money that he had promised the king, nothing was done. Although Sostratus, who was first of the stranglehold, attempted to collect it. Although Sostratus, who was first of the attempt to collect it, since the collection of certain taxes pertained to him, for this reason they were both called the king, and Menelaus was removed from the priesthood, being succeeded by Lysimachus, his brother. While these things were occurring, it happened that those from Tarsus and Malus incited a sedition because they'd been given as a gift to Antichode, the concubine of the king. And so the king hurried to come and calm them, leaving behind Andronicus, one of his associates, as his deputy. Then Menelaus, believing they had reached an opportune time, having stolen certain gold vessels out of the temple, gave them to Andronicus, along with others he had gained at Tyre and throughout the neighboring city. But when Onias had realized this with certainty, he accused him, keeping himself at a safe distance. Meanwhile, Menelaus met with Andronicus, asking him to execute Onias. So he then went to Onias, and he gave him his right hand with an oath. And even though the So he then went to Onias, and he gave him the right hand with an oath. And even though he was suspicious of him, he persuaded him to venture out of asylum. And he immediately killed him with no respect for justice. For this reason, not only the Jews, but also the other nations were indignant and bore much grief for the unjust killing of such a great man. But when the king returned from the palace of Cilicia, the Jews at Antioch, similarly the Greeks, and so Antiochus was grieved in his mind because of Onias, and being moved to compassion, he shed tears, remembering the sobriety and modesty of the deceased. And being inflamed in soul, he ordered the purple to be torn down from Andronicus, and that he be led around throughout the entire city, and that in the same place where he had committed the impiety against Onias, But when many sacrileges were committed by Lysimachus in the temple throughout the council of Menelaus, and the news was divulged, the multitude gathered together against Lysimachus, though a great quantity of gold had been exported already. But when the multitude stood up in insurrection, and their minds were filled with anger, Lysimachus armed about 3,000, who began to act with hands of iniquity, and a certain tyrant was their leader, a man advanced both in age and madness. But when they perceived the attempt of Lysimachus, some took hold of stones, others strong clubs, and in truth certain ones threw ashes upon Lysimachus. And indeed many were wounded, and some were struck down. However, all were put to flight. And as for the sacrilegious man, they executed behind beside the treasury. Therefore about these things the judgment began to be stirred against Menelaus. And when the king arrived at Tyre, 3 men were sent from the elders to bring the matter to him. But when Menelaus was overcome, he promised to give much money to Ptolemy to persuade the king. And so Ptolemy went to the king in a certain court where he was, as merely to refresh himself, and he influenced him away. And so Menelaus, though indeed guilty of all malice, was absolved of crimes. Moreover, these plausible men, who even if they had pleaded their case was before Scythians, would have judged. And therefore those who brought the case on behalf of the city and the people and the sacrifices were quickly given unjust punishment. For this reason, even the Tyrians, being indignant, proved to be very liberal towards their burial. Thus, because of the greed of those who were in power, Menelaus remained in authority, increased in malice to be the betrayal of the citizens. To Maccabees 5. At the same time, Antiochus prepared for a second journey into Egypt, but it happened throughout the entire city of Jerusalem that there were seen for 40 days horsemen rushing through the air, having golden globes and armed with spears like a cohort of soldiers and horse set in order by ranks running, coming together to engage in close combat, and the shaking of shields and the helmeted multitude stretching forth swords and the casting of darts and the splendor of golden armor in all kinds of breastplates. Because of this, everyone begged that these prodigies might be turned to good. But when a false rumor went out, as though the life of Antiochus had expired, Jason, taking with him no less than 1,000 men, suddenly assaulted the city. Though the citizens together rushed to the war, the city at last was taken, and Menelaus fled into the stronghold. Truly, Jason did not spare his citizens from the slaughter, not realizing that success at the expense of kin is a very great evil. He considered those over whom he was victorious to be enemies and not citizens, and so he certainly did not obtain the leadership, but truly in the end received confusion for his betrayal, and he departed again to take refuge among the Ammonites. And in the end, to his ruin, he was closed by Aretas, the sovereign of the Arabs, and then fleeing from city to city, hated by all fugitive from the laws and an enemy of his own nations and citizens. He's Egyptian. And he who had expelled many of their native land perished abroad, starting out toward the Lacedaemonians, and as if for the sake of kinship he should have refuge there. And he who cast out many unburied was himself also cast out, both unlamented and unburied, and without having use of either foreign burial or share of the sepulchre of his fathers. And so when these things were done, the king suspected the Jews would desert their lines, and because of this departure from Egypt, with a rage soul, he indeed took the city by force. Moreover, he ordered the military to execute and not to spare anyone they met, and to ascend through the houses to slay. Therefore, a massacre occurred of youths and elders, and extermination of women and children, killing of virgins and so on. So over 3 days, whole 80,000 were executed, 40,000 were imprisoned, and no small number were sold. But as if this were not enough, he even presumed to enter into the most holy temple in the entire world, with Menelaus that traitor to the law and to his own nation and his guide, and taking in his wicked hands the holy vessels which were given by other kings and cities for the adornment and glory of the place. So Antiochus, having gone astray in mind, did not consider that because of the sins of the inhabitants of the city, God had become angry for a while, and so for the reason contempt had fallen upon the place. Otherwise, if it had not happened, they were involved in so many sins as with Helodorus, who was sent by King Seleucus to plunder the treasury souls of this one as soon as he arrived, certainly would have been scourged and driven away from his audacity. And therefore the place so became a participant in the evils of the people, but afterwards it shall be a companion to what is good, and she who was abandoned to the wrath of Almighty God shall be exalted again with the greatest glory, the reconciliation of the great Lord. Therefore, when Antiochus had taken away from the temple 1,800 talents, he quickly returned to Antioch, thinking in his arrogance to navigate the earth, even by finding a passage. Yet he left behind rulers to afflict the people. In fact, at Jerusalem, Philip was by birth a Phrygian, but he was in manners more cruel than he who had appointed him. Yet Andronicus and Menelaus hung a heavier weight of the citizens at garrison than the others, and when he had appointed over the Jews, he sent that hateful leader Apollonius with an army of 22,000, instructing him to execute all men in the prime of life. This is how the women, the youths. When he had arrived at Jerusalem, feigning peace, he remained quiet until the holy day of the Sabbath. And there, and he slaughtered all those who were seen going out and rushing throughout the city with armed men, and he destroyed a vast multitude. But Judas Maccabeus, who was the 10th, and had withdrawn himself to a deserted place, and there he lived life among the wild beasts in the mountains and with his own, and they remained there consuming herbs and food, lest they be partakers in the defilement. Two Maccabees 6. But not much time later, the king sent a certain elder of Antioch, who compelled the Jews to transfer themselves from the laws of God and of their fathers, and also to contaminate the temple that was in Jerusalem, and to name it Jupiter of Olympus, and in Gerizim, Jupiter of hospitality, exactly like those who inhabited the place. Yet the worst and most grievous things of all was the onrush of evils, for the temple was the full of luxurious and carousings of the Gentiles in consorting with promiscuous women. And the women hurried themselves unreservedly into the sacred buildings, bringing in things that were not lawful. Even the altar was filled with illicit things which were prohibited by the law. And also the Sabbaths were not kept, and the solemn days of the fasts were not observed, neither did anyone simply confess himself to be a Jew. And so they were led by bitter necessity on the birthday of the king to the sacrifice, and when the holy they were and so they were led by bitter necessity on the birthday of the king to the sacrifice, and when the holy things of Liber were celebrated, they were forced to go round crowned with the ivy of Liber. Then a decree went out to the neighboring cities of the Gentiles, suggested by the Ptolemies, that they too should act in a similar manner against the Jews to oblige them to sacrifice, and that those who were not willing to conform to the institutions of the Gentiles should be executed. Therefore there was misery to be seen, for 2 women were denounced for having had their boys circumcised. These, with infants suspended at their breasts, when they had publicly led them around the city, they cast down from the walls. Truly others, meeting together in the nearby caves and celebrating the Sabbath day secretly when they had been discovered by Philip, were burned with fire, because that they showed reverence to the observance of religion, deciding to help themselves by their own hand. So then I beg those who will read this book, let them not be repelled by these adverse events, but let them consider that these things happen not for the destruction, but for the correction of our people. For it is also an indication of great benefits that sinners are not permitted to continue in their way for a long time, but are promptly brought to punishment. For as it is with other nations, whom the Lord patiently awaits, so that when the days of judgment will arrive, he may punish them according to the plenitude of their sins. Not so does he also deal with us, as if to put off our sins unto the end, so as to punish us from them eventually. Because of this he certainly would never take away his mercy from us, yet truly chastising his people in adversity does not abandon them. But these few things have been spoken by us as a reminder to the reader, for now we have been arriving at the narration. And so Eleazar, one of the chief scribes, a man advanced in years and stately countenance, was compelled to open his mouth wide, to consume the flesh of swine. Yet he, embracing a most glorious death, as greater than a detestable life, went forward voluntary to torments. And so, thinking of the manner by which he ought to approach it, enduring patiently, he was determined not to permit, due to love of life, any unlawful things. Yet those who stood near, being moved by an iniquitous pity because of a long friendship with the man, taking him aside privately, asked that flesh be brought which was unlawful for him to eat, so that he could pretend to have eaten, just as the king had commanded, from the flesh of the sacrifice. So then by doing this he might be freed from the death. Because of this, he might be freed from death. And it was because they were friendship with the man that they performed this kindness for him. But he began to consider the eminent dignity of his state of life in old age and the natural honor of his grey hair, as well as his exemplary words and deeds from childhood. And he responded quickly, according also to the ordinance of the sacred law preserved by God, saying that he would first be sent to the underworld. For it is not worthy for those of our age, he said, to deceive those, so that many adolescents might think that Eleazar, at 90 years, had converted the life of the foreigners, and so they, because of my pretense, and for the sake of brief time of a corruptible life, would be misled, and through this stain and desecration I would defile my last years. But if in the present time I were rescued from the torments of men, I would then not escape the hand of the Almighty, neither in life nor in death. For this reason, by departing life with fortitude, I will show myself to be clearly worthy of my long life, and so I will bequeath an example of fortitude to use if with a ready soul and constancy I carry out an honest death, for the sake of the most serious and most holy laws. And having said this, he was immediately dragged away to execution. Before those who led him, and who were more mild than the little people, were turned to anger because of the words spoken by him, which they considered to have been brought forth by way of arrogance. But when he was ready to perish by the scourges, he groaned and said, O Lord, who holds all holy knowledge, you clearly understand that, although I could be freed from death, I suffer grievous pains in body, truly according to the soul. I willingly endure these things because of your fear, and in the way in which the man passed from this life bequeathed not only to use, but also to the entire people the memory of his death as an example of virtue and fortitude. Maccabees 7. Second Maccabees 7. And it happened also that 7 brothers, united with their mother, were apprehended and compelled by the king to eat the flesh of swine against the divine law, being tormented with scourges and whips. But one of them, who was first, spoke in this way: What would you ask or would you want to learn from us? We are ready to die rather than to betray the laws that our fathers received from God. And so the king, being angry, ordered frying pans and bronze cauldrons to be heated. When these were presently heated, he ordered the tongue of him who had spoken first to be cut off. Once the skin of his head had been pulled off, likewise his hands and feet to be cut off at the top, while the rest of his brothers and his mother were watching. And when now he had made helpless in all parts, he commanded him to move to the fire, while still breathing, to be fried in the frying pan. And he was suffering long torments then. The rest, united with the mother, exhorted one another to die with fortitude, saying, "The Lord God will perceive the truth, and he will be consoled in us in the ways that Moses declared in the profession of the canticle, and his servants, and he will be consoled." And so when the first had died in this way, they led in the next one so as to ridicule him. And when the skin of his head was pulled off with the hair, they asked him if he would eat, instead of being punished throughout the whole body and every limb. But for responding in the language of his fathers, he said, "I will not do it," because this he also in the next place received the torments of the first. When he had reached his last breath, he spoke in this way: "You indeed, O most wicked man, are destroying us in this present life." But the king of the world will raise us up in the eternal life at the resurrection, for we die on the behalf of his laws. After this one, the third was ridiculed, and when he was asked, he quickly offered up his tongue, and he resolutely extended his hands. After he said with confidence, "I possess these from heaven, because the laws of God I now despise them, for I hope to receive them again from him." So then the king and those who were with him wondered at the soul of this youth, because he considered the torments as if they were nothing. After he had died in this way, they afflicted the fourth with similar tortures. And when he was about to die, he spoke in this way: "It is preferable being put to death by men to wait for hope from God, so as to be revived again by him. But the resurrection to life will not be for you." And when they brought the fifth, they afflicted him, but gazing at him, said, "Having power among men, though you are corruptible, you do what you want. But you do not think that our nation has been abandoned by God. And so wait patiently for a while, and you will see his great power by the manner in which he will torture you and your offspring." And after this one they brought the sixth, and he, being about to die, spoke in this way: "Do not go astray in vain, for we suffer because of ourselves, having sinned against our God, yet things worthy of admiration have been accomplished in us. But do not consider that you will be without punishment, for you have attempted to fight against God." Now the mother was wonderful beyond measure, and a worthy memorial of the good, for she watched her 7 sons perish within the time of one day, and she bore it with a good soul, because of the hope that she had in God. And with fortitude she exhorted every one of them in the language of the fathers, being filled with wisdom, and joining masculine courage with feminine thinking, she said to them, "And I do not know how you were formed in the womb, for I did not give you spirit, nor soul, nor life, neither did I construct each of your limbs. Nevertheless, the Creator of the world, who formed the nativity of man, and who found the origins of all, will restore both spirit and life to you, and again, with his mercy, just as you now despise yourself for the sake of his laws." But Antiochus, thinking himself despised, and at the same time also despising his voice of the reproacher, when only the youngest was still left, not only exhorted him with words, but also assured him with an oath that he would make him wealthy and happy, and if he would convert from the laws of his fathers, he would have him as a friend, and he would provide him with necessary things. But when the youth was not swayed by these things, the king called the mother and persuaded her to act towards the youth to save him. And so when he had exhorted her with many words, she promised that she would counsel her son. Then leaning toward him and mocking the cruel tyrant, she said in the language of the fathers, My son, take pity on me, for I carried you for 9 months in my womb. And I gave you milk for 3 years. And I nourished you and led you through the stage of life. I asked you, child, gaze upon heaven and earth, and all that is in them, and understand that God made them, and the family of man out of nothing. So shall it be that you will not fear this executioner, but participating worthily with your brothers, you shall accept death, so that by this mercy I shall receive you again with your brothers. While she was still saying these things, the youth said, What are you waiting for? I will not obey the precepts of the king, but the precepts of the law, which was given to us through Moses. In truth, you who have been the inventor of all malice against the Hebrews will not escape the hand of God. For we suffer with these things because of our sins. And if, for the sake of chastisement and correction, the Lord our God is angry with us for a little while, yet still, he will be reconciled again to his servants. But as for you, a wicked and most disgraceful of all men, do not be extolled over nothing with vain hopes while you are inflamed against his servants. For you have not escaped the judgment of Almighty God, who examines all things. Therefore, my brothers, having now sustained brief sorrow, have been brought under covenant of eternal life. But in truth, you, by the judgment of God, will be released into just punishment for your arrogance. But I, like my brothers, deliver my soul and my body for the sake of the laws of the Father, calling up upon God so as to bring forgiveness upon our nation sooner, and so that you, with torments and lashings, may confess that he alone is God. Truly, in me and in my brothers, the wrath of the Almighty, which has been led over all our people justly, shall cease. Then the king, burning with anger, raged again, this one with cruelty beyond all the rest, bearing it indignantly that he himself was derided, and so this one also died in purity, trusting the Lord through all things. Then last of all, after the sons, the mother also was consumed. Therefore, about the sacrifice and about the exceedingly great cruelty, enough has been said. Second Maccabees 8. In truth, Judas Maccabeus, those who were with him, went secretly into the villages and calling together their relatives and friends, accepting them and those who persevered in Judaism, they brought 6,000 men together, and they called upon the Lord to look upon his people, who were downtrodden by all, and to take pity on the temple which was defiled by the impious, and even to take pity on the city by utter destruction, for it was willing to be immediately leveled to the ground and to hear the voice of the blood that was crying out to him, so that he would remember also the most iniquitous deaths of the innocent little ones, the blasphemies brought upon his name, and to show his indignation for these things. And so Maccabeus, having gathered together a multitude, could not be withstood by the Gentiles, for the wrath of the Lord had turned into mercy. And so overwhelmingly the towns and cities unexpectedly set them on fire, and occupying strategic positions, he made no small slaughter of the enemies. Moreover, especially in the nights, he carried out expeditions in this way, and the fame of his virtuous strength was spreading abroad everywhere. Then Philip, seeing that the man gained ground little by little, that things frequently fell out in his favor, wrote to Ptolemy, governor of Coelis, Syria, and Phoenicia, to send auxiliaries to carry out the work of the king. And so he quickly sent Nicanor, son of Patrocius, from his foremost friends, providing him with no less than 20,000 armed men from throughout the Gentiles to wipe out the entire race of the Jews, joining with him Gorgias, a military man with very great experience in the new things of warfare. Moreover, Nicanor decided to raise a tribute for the king of 2,000 talents, which was to be given to the Romans, which would be supplied by means of the captivity of the Jews. And immediately he sent to the maritime cities, calling them to the auction of the Jewish slaves, promising them a parcel of 90 slaves for 1 talent, not reflecting on the vengeance which would befall him subsequently from the Almighty. Then when Judas learned that Nicanor was approaching, he revealed it to those Jews who were with him, and certain ones among them, being afraid and not trusting the justice of God, turned and fled away. In truth, others sold at all that was turned and fled away. In truth, others sold all that was in excess, and together beseeched the Lord that he would rescue them from the impious Nicanor, who had sold them before he even came near them. And if not for their sakes, then for the sake of the covenant which was made with their fathers, and for the sake of the invocation of his holy and magnificent name over them. But Maccabees, calling together 7,000 who were with him, asked them not to be reconciled to the enemies, and not to fear the multitude of enemies who came against them unjustly, but to struggle with fortitude, holding before their eyes the contempt that had been brought upon the holy place by them, and likewise also the mockery which they held to the injury of the city, even to the extent of overthrowing the institutions of old. For he said that these indeed trust in their weapons as well as in their boldness, but we trust in the Almighty, who is able to wipe out both those coming against us and even the whole world with one nod. Moreover, he reminded them also of the assistance of God, which their parents had received, and how under Sennacherib 185,000 had perished, and of the battle by them which was against the Galatians in Babylonia, how when the event had arrived and the allies of the Macedonians hesitated, though they were only 6,000 all, yet they slew 120,000, because of the help provided them from heaven, and how for the sake of these things very many benefits followed. By these words they were brought to constancy, and were prepared to die for the laws in their nation. And so he appointed his brothers as leaders of each division, Simon and Joseph and Jonathan, subjecting 1,500 men to each of them. And at that point the holy book having been read to them by Ezra, and having been given to them a sign of the assistance of God with himself, leading the first point, he joined battle with Nicanor. And with the Almighty as their helper, they slew over 9,000 men. Furthermore, having wounded and disabled the greater part of the army of Nicanor, they forced them to take flight. In fact, they took away the money from those who came to buy them, and they pursued them everywhere. But they turned back at the close of the hour, for it was before the Sabbath. For this reason they did not continue the pursuit. But having gathered together their weapons and spoils, they kept the Sabbath, blessing the Lord who had delivered them in that day, showering the beginning of the mercy on them. In truth, after the Sabbath, they divided the spoils to the disabled and the orphans and the widows, and the remainder they kept for themselves and their own. And so when these things were done, and supplication was made by all in common, they asked the merciful Lord to be reconciled to his servants unto the end. And among those who were fighting against them with Timothy and Bacchides, they slew more than 20,000. They obtained the high fortresses. And they divided many spoils, making equal portions for the disabled, the fatherless, the widows, and even the aged. And when they had carefully collected their weapons, they stored them all in strategic places, and in truth, the remainder of the spoils they carried to Jerusalem. And they put to death Philachus, a wicked man who was with Timothy, who had brought many afflictions upon the Jews. And when they celebrated the song of victory at Jerusalem, they burned him, who had set fire to the sacred doors, that is Callisthenes, when he had taken refuge in certain house, repaying him a worthy reward for his impiety. But as for that most vicious Nicanor, who had led in 1,000 merchants for the sale of the Jews, he was brought low with the help of the Lord, and by those whom he considered to be worthless, putting aside the glorious vestments, fleeing by an inland route, he arrived alone at Antioch, having been brought to the greatest unhappiness by the destruction of his army, and he who had promised to pay a tribute to the Romans from the captives of Jerusalem now professed that the Jews had got as their protector, and for this reason they were invulnerable, because they followed the laws established by him. Maccabees 9, 2 Maccabees 9. At the same time, Antiochus returned in dishonor from Persia, for he had entered the city called Persepolis and attempted to rob the temple and oppress the city, but the multitude rushing to arms turned them into flight, and so it happened that Antiochus, after fleeing, returned in disgrace. And when he had arrived near Ecbatana, he realized what had happened to Nicanor and Timothy, and so rising up in anger, he thought to turn back upon the Jews, the injury done by those who had put him to flight. Therefore he ordered his chariot to be driven without stopping along the way, for the judgment of heaven was urging him on, because he had spoken so arrogantly about who he would come to Jerusalem, how he would come to Jerusalem and make it into a masquerade for the Jews. But the Lord God of Israel, who oversees all things, struck him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had finished these words, a dire pain in his abdomen seized him, with bitter internal torments. And indeed it sprung forth justly, since he had tormented the internal organs of others with many strange and new tortures. Yet he in no way ceased from his malice. But beyond this, being filled with arrogance, breathing with fire with his soul against the Jews, instructing the task to be accelerated, it happened that he was rushing on forcefully. He fell from the chariot, and his limbs were afflicted with a serious bruising of the body. And he, being filled with arrogance beyond human means, seemed to himself to command even the waves of the sea, and to weigh even the heights of the mountains in a balance. But now, humbled to the ground, he was carried on a stretcher, calling himself a witness to the manifest virtue of God. So then worms swarmed from his impious body, and as he lived on in pain, his flesh fell away, and then his odorous stench oppressed the army. And him who a little before thought he could touch the stars in heaven, no one could endure to carry because of the intolerable stench. And so from then on, being led away from his heavy arrogance by the admonishment of a divine plague, he began to come to an understanding of himself and his pains, increasing through every moment. And when he could not even bear his own stench, he spoke in this way: It is just to be subject to God, and a mortal should not consider himself equal to God. Then this wicked one prayed to the Lord, from whom subsequently there might be no mercy, and the city to which he was going to in haste, pull it down to the ground and make it a mass grave, he now wanted to make free. And the Jews, whom he had said he certainly did not consider worthy even to be buried, but would deliver them to be torn apart by birds and wild beasts, and would exterminate them with little ones, he now promised to make them equal with the Athenians. And even the holy temple, which before he had plundered, he would adorn with the best gifts, and increase the holy vessels, and pay out from his revenues the charges pertaining to the sacrifice. Beyond these things, he would even become a Jew himself, and would travel through every place on earth and declare the power of God. But when his pains did not cease, for the just judgment of God had overwhelmed him, in despair he wrote to the Jews in the manner of a supplication, a letter composed in this way: To the very good citizens of the Jews, Antiochus, king and ruler, wishes much health and welfare and happiness, if you and your sons are faring well. If everything is according to your will, we give very great thanks. And so, fixed in infirmity, yet kindly remembering you, I am remembering from the place of Persia, and having been seized by serious infirmity, I consider it necessary to have a concern for the common good, not despairing in myself, but having a great hope to escape the infirmity. Moreover, considering that my father also during this time that he had led an army into the upper regions revealed who would take up the leadership after him, so that if anything contrary should occur, or any difficulty should be reported, Those who were in the regions knowing to whom the whole matter had been bequeathed would not be disturbed. In addition to these things, considering that whichever the nearest powers and neighbors lie in ambush for the right time and await the right event, I have designated my son Antiochus as king, whom I frequently commended to many of you while traveling in the upper provinces. I have written to him what I have added below, and so I beg you and petition you that remembering the public and private benefits each one of you will continue to be faithful to me and to my son, for I trust that he will behave with moderation and humanity, and that following my intentions he will be impartial to you. And so the murderer and blasphemer, having been struck very badly, just as he himself had treated others, passed from this life in a miserable death on a journey among the mountains. But Philip, who was nurtured with him, carried away his body, and fearing the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemy Philometor. 2 Maccabees 10. But Maccabeus and those who were with him, the Lord protected and even recovered the temple and the city. Then he demolished the altars which the foreigners had constructed in the streets, and likewise the shrines. And having purged the temple, they made another altar, and taking glowing stones from the fire, they began to offer sacrifice again. After 2 years, and they set out incense and lamps and the bread of the presence. Having done these things, they petitioned the Lord, lying prostrate on the ground, lest they should fall once more into such evils, but also if they should at any time sin, that they might be chastised by him more mildly, and not be delivered over to the barbarians and blasphemous men. Then on the day that the temple had been polluted by the foreigners, it happened on the same day that the purification was accomplished, on the 25th day of the month, and which was Kislev. And they celebrated for 8 days with joy, in the manner of the Feast of Tabernacles, remembering that a little time before they had celebrated the solemn days of the Feast of Tabernacles in mountains, and in caves, and in the manner of the wild beasts. Because of this they now preferred to carry boughs and green branches and palms for him who had prospered the cleansing of his place. And they decreed a common precept and decree that all the people of the Jews should keep those days every year. Now certainly Antiochus, who was calling illustrious, held himself to be so at the passing of his life. But next we will describe what happened with Eupator, the son of the impious Antiochus, abridging the evils which happened in the wars. For when he assumed the kingdom, he appointed over the affairs of the kingdom a certain Lysias, leader of the Phoenician and Syrian military. For Ptolemy, who was called Mesa, decided to be strict in justice towards the Jews, especially because of the iniquity that had been done to them, and to deal with them peacefully. But for this reason he was accused before Eupator by his friends, and was frequently called a traitor, for he had deserted Cyprus, which Philometor had entrusted to him, and so transferring to Antiochus the illustrious, he even withdrew from him, and ended his life by poison. But Georgius, when he was the leader of the places taking to him new arrivals, frequently made war against the Jews. In truth, the Jews who held the strategic fortresses took in those who were fleeing from Jerusalem, and they attempted to make war. In fact, those who were with Maccabeus, petitioning the Lord through prayers to be their helper, made a forceful attack of the fortresses of the Idumeans, and persevering with much force they obtained the places, killing those they met and cutting down all no less than 20,000. Yet certain ones, when they had fled into 2 well-fortified towers, gave all appearance of fighting back. So Maccabeus left behind Simon and Joseph, and likewise Zacchaeus, and those who were with him, to fight against them. And since those who were with them were sufficient in number, he turned back to those who attacked more forcefully. In truth, those who were with Simon, being led by avarice, were persuaded by money from certain ones who were in the towers, and accepting 70,000 didrachmas, they allowed certain ones to flee. But when what was done had been reported to Maccabees, gathering together the leaders of the people, he accused those who had sold their brothers for money, having sent away their adversaries. Therefore he executed these who had acted as traitors, and he quickly captured the 2 towns. So having success in arms and in all things that he took in hand, he destroyed more than 20,000 in the 2 fortresses. And Timothy, who had been overcome by the Jews before, calling together a multitude of foreign troops and gathering horsemen from Asia, arrived as if he would capture Judea with arms. But Maccabees and those who were with him, as he was approaching, beseeched the Lord, sprinkling dirt on their heads and wrapping their waists with haircloth. Lying prostrate at the pedestal of the altar, they beseeched him to be forgiving to them, but to be an enemy to their enemies and an adversary to their adversaries, just as the law saw. And so after prayer, taking up arms, they proceeded further from the city, and reaching close proximity to the enemies, they settled in. But as soon as the sun rose, both sides joined battle, these ones having the guarantee of victory and success by the strength of the Lord, yet the others having courage and their leader in battle. But while they were fighting vehemently, to their adversaries there appeared from heaven 5 men on horses, which were adorned with bridles of gold, providing leadership to the Jews. 2 of them having Maccabees in the middle, and surrounding him with their weapons, kept him safe. But at the enemy they cast darts and lightning, so that they fell down, being both confused with blindness and filled with disturbance. Moreover, there were slain 20,500, along with 600 horsemen. In fact, Timothy fled away to Gazara, to a fortified stronghold, where Cherias was in charge. Then Maccabees and those who were with him joyfully besieged the stronghold for 4 days. But those who were inside, trusting to the strength of the place, spoke evil without limit, and cast out nefarious words. But when the 5th day came and began to dawn, 20 youths of those who were with Maccabees, inflamed in soul, because of the blasphemy, manfully approached to the wall, and advancing with fierce courage, ascended it. Moreover, others also getting up after them, went to set fire to the towers and the gates, and to burn the blasphemers alive. Then, having continued throughout 2 days to lay waste the forest, they killed Timothy, who was found hiding himself in a certain place. And they also killed his brother Cherias and Apollophanes. When this was done, they blessed the Lord with hymns and confessions, who had done great things in Israel and had given them the victory. 2 Maccabees 11. But a short time afterwards, Lysias, the procurator of the king, and a near relative who also was in charge of the government, was heavily weighted upon by what had happened. Gathering together 8,000, along with all the horsemen, he came against the Jews, thinking that the city would certainly be captured, making it a dwelling place for the Gentiles. In truth, also thinking to make a profit in money from the temple, just as from other shrines of the Gentiles, and to put the priesthood up for sale every year. Never recognizing the power of God, but inflated in mind, he trusted the multitude of the foot soldiers, and in the thousands of horsemen, and in the 80 elephants. And so he entered Judea, and approaching Bethsur, which was a narrow place, at an interval of 5 stadia from Jerusalem, he laid siege to that stronghold. But when Maccabees and those who were with him realized that the strongholds were besieged, they and all the crowds together petitioned the Lord with weeping and tears, that he would send a good angel to save Israel. And so the leader, Maccabees, taking up arms, exhorted the others to undergo the peril together with him, and to bring assistance to their brothers. And when they together were going forth with a ready spirit, There appeared in Jerusalem a horseman preceding them, in radiant clothing and with weapons of gold, waving a spear. Then they altogether blessed the merciful Lord, and strengthened their souls, being prepared to break through not only men, but also the most ferocious beasts and wards of iron. Thus they went forth readily, having a helper from heaven, and with the Lord taking pity on them. Then rushing violently against the enemy in the manner of lions, they struck down from among them 11,000 foot soldiers and 1,600 horsemen, and they turned all the rest to flight. But many of them, being wounded, escaped with nothing, and Lysias himself also escaped, fleeing in disgrace. And because he was no longer, because he was not irrational, thinking to himself about the loss that had happened against him, and understanding the Hebrews to be invincible, because they depend upon the help of the Almighty God, he said to them, and he promised that he would agree to all things that are just, and that he would persuade the king to be their friend. Then Maccabees assented to the request of Lysias, considering it useful in every way. And whatever Maccabees wrote to Lysias concerning the Jews, the king consented to it. For there were letters written to the Jews from Lysias, which indeed were composed in this way. Lysias, to the people of the Jews, greetings. John and Absalom, who had been sent from you to deliver your writings, request that I would implement these things that were signified by them. Therefore, whatever things could be brought before the king, I have presented them, and he has conceded to those things that are permitted. If therefore you will keep yourself faithful in these matters, then from now on I will endeavor to be a cause of your good. But as for the particulars, I've given orders by word both to these and to those who have been sent by me to confer with you. Farewell in the 148th year, on the 24th day of the month of Diocrates. But the letter of the king contained this: King Antiochus to Lysias, his brother, greetings. Since our father has been transferred among the gods, we are willing that those who are in our kingdom should act with tumult and should attend diligently to their concerns. We have heard that the Jews would not consent to my father to convert to the rites of the Greeks, but that they chose to keep to their own institutions, and because of this, that they ask of us to leave them to their own laws. Therefore, wanting this nation likewise to be at rest, we have reached a judgment that the temple should be restored to them, and that they may act according to the custom of their ancestors. You will do well, therefore, if you send to them, and grant them a pledge, so that our will becomes known, and they may be of good courage and may look after their own needs. Truly, the letter of the king to the Jews was such as this: King Antiochus, to the Senate of the Jews, and to the rest of the Jews, greetings. Farewell, such is what we desire, but we ourselves are also well. Menelaus came to us, saying that you wished to come down to your own who are among us. Therefore we grant a pledge of security to those come and go everywhere. Until the 13th day of the month of pledges to those who come and go, even until the 30th day of the month of Santicus, so that the Jews may make use of their own foods and laws, just as also before, so that none of them should endure any kind of trouble for things which have been done by ignorance. So we have also sent Menelaus, who will talk with you. Farewell in the 148th year, on the 15th day of the month of Santicus. But now the Romans also now sent a letter, having this in it: Quintus Memmius and Titus Manilius, ambassadors of the Romans to the people of the Jews, greetings. Concerning these things that Lysias, the relative of the king, has conceded to you, we also have conceded. But about such things as he judged should be referred to the king, send someone as soon as you have diligently conferred among yourselves, so that we may have a decree, just as it is agreeable to you, for we are going to Antioch. and therefore we make haste to write back so that we may know whatever you may be. Farewell in the 140th year on the 15th day of the month of Santikos. Second Maccabees 12. After these pacts were made, Lysias proceeded on to the king. But the Jews undertook the work of agriculture. However, those who had withdrawn, Timothy and Apollonius, the son of Janneus, along with Hieronymus and Demophon, in addition to these, Nicanor, the governor of Cyprus, would not permit them to live in peace and quiet. Truly those of Joppa were also perpetrators of very shameful acts. They asked the Jews who lived among them to go up into small boats, which they had prepared with their wives and sons, and if no underlying hostility was between them, and so according to the common decree of the city they acquiesced to them, and having no suspicion, and because there was peace, when they had proceeded out into deep water, they drowned no less than 200 of them. When Judas learned of the cruelty done to the men of his nation, he informed the men who were with him, and having called upon God, the just judge, he went against the executors of his brothers, and he even set the port on fire in the night. He burned the boats, but those who took refuge from the fire he destroyed with sword. And when he had done these things, in this way he departed, as if he would return again, to eradicate all those of Joppa. But when he also realized those who were of Jamnia wanted to act in a similar way to the Jews living among them, he went against those of Jamnia also by night, and he set the port on fire along with the ships, so much so that the light of the fire was seen at Jerusalem 240 stadia away. When they had now gone from there 9 stadia and were making their way towards Timothy, they met in battle with those of Arabia, 5,000 men and 500 horsemen. And when a strong fight occurred, and by the help of God it ceased favorably, the remainder of the Arabians who were overcome petitioned Judas to give them a pledge, promising to give him pastures and to assist him in other things in the future. Then Judas, thinking that they truly might be useful in many ways, promised peace. And after receiving the pledge of his right hand, they withdrew to their tents. Then he also assaulted a certain strong city, surrounded with bridges and walls, which was inhabited by a crowd from many different nations, the name of which is Caspin. In truth, those who were inside, trusting in the strength of the walls and the preparations of rations, acted irresponsibly, and they challenged Judas with evil words and blaspheming, as well as by speaking what is not lawful. But Maccabees rushed fiercely to the walls, calling upon the great leader of the world, who without battering rams or machines of war had thrown down the walls of Jericho in the time of Joshua, and having captured the city through the will of the Lord, he made slaughter without number, so much so that an adjoining pool, 2 stadia in width, was seen to flow with the blood of the slain. From there they withdrew 750 stadia, and they came to Charax, to those Jews who were called Tubianites. And Timothy indeed they did not find in those places, for he withdrew before he completed any endeavor, having left behind a very strong garrison in certain places. But Dositheus and Sosipater, who were commanders with Maccabees, destroyed those who were left behind by Timothy in the stronghold, 10,000 men, and Maccabees, having positioned 6,000 men around him, and having divided them into cohorts, went forth against Timothy. Who had with him 120,000 foot soldiers and 2,500 horsemen. But when Timothy learned of the arrival of Judas, he sent ahead the women and the children, and the remainder of the preparations into fortress, which is called Carnion, for it was impregnable and difficult to access, because of the narrowness of the places. When the first cohort of Judas had appeared, their enemies were struck with fear by the presence of God, who beholds all things, and they were turned to the fight, one over another to such an extent that they were being knocked over by one another and were being wounded with strokes of their own swords. But Judas pursued them vehemently, punishing the profane and striking down 30,000 of their men. In truth, Timothy himself felt the group under Dositheus and Sosipater, and with much begging he pleaded with them to release him alive, because he held the parents and brothers of many of the Jews, who at his death might happen to be mistreated. And when he had given his faith that he would restore them according to the agreement, they released him unharmed for the sake of their brother's well-being. Then Judah departed to Canaan, where he slew 25,000. After having put to flight or killed these, he moved his army to Ephron, a fortified city in which there lived a multitude of diverse people. And hardy young men standing upon the walls put up a strong fight. Moreover, in this place there were many machines of war and equipment for casting darts. But when they had called upon the Almighty, who with his power breaks the strength of enemies, they seized the city and struck down 25,000 of those who were inside. From there they went to the city of Scythia, which was 600 stadia away from Jerusalem. But the Jews, those who were among the Scythians, testified that they were treated kindly by them, and that even the 2 times of unhappiness they had treated them mildly. They gave thanks to them, exhorting them to be kind to their people now and at other times, and they went to Jerusalem as the solemn day of the 7 weeks were underway. And after Pentecost they marched against Georgius, the foremost leader of Odemir, and he went out with 3,000 foot soldiers and 400 horsemen. And when they came together, it happened that a few of the Jews were overthrown. In fact, a certain Dositheus, a horseman of Bassanor, a strong man, took hold of Georgius, and when he would have captured him alive, certain horsemen of the Thracians rushed against him and cut off his arm. And so in this way, Georgius escaped to Marissa. But when those who were with Esdras had fought all day and were fatigued, Judas called upon the Lord to be their help and leader in the battle. Beginning in the language of the Father and loudly extolling hymns, he inspired the soldiers of Georgius to take flight. Then Judas, having collected his army, went to the city of Adullam. And when the 7th day came, they purified themselves according to custom, and they kept the Sabbath in the same place. And the following day Judas came with his own, in order to take away the bodies of the fallen, and to place them in the sepulchres of their fathers with their ancestors. But they found under the tunics of the slain some of the treasures of the idols that were near Jamnia, which were prohibited to Jews by law. Therefore it became manifest that it was for this reason that they had been overthrown. So they all blessed the just judgment of the Lord. Who had made hidden things manifest. So then, turning themselves to prayer, they petitioned him that the offense which had been done would be delivered into oblivion. And truly the very strong Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves without sin, since they had seen with their own eyes what had happened because of the sins of those who were struck down. And calling an assembly, he sent 12,000 drachmas of silver to Jerusalem to be offered for a sacrifice for the sins of the dead, thinking well religiously about the resurrection. Or if he had not hoped that those who had fallen would be resurrected, would have seemed superfluous and vain to pray for the dead. Because he considered that those who had fallen asleep with piety had great grace stored up for them. Therefore it is holy and beneficial. Therefore it is holy and beneficial thought to pray on behalf of those who have passed away, so that they may be released from sins. Second Maccabees 13. In the 149th year, Judas realized that Antiochus Eupator was coming with a multitude against Judea, and with him was Lysias, the procurator, who was in charge of the government, having with him 110,000 foot soldiers, 5,000 horsemen, and 22 elephants, and 300 swift chariots with curved blades. Menelaus also joined himself to them, and with many lies he pleaded with Antiochus, not for the welfare of his country, but hoping that he would be appointed as first ruler. But the King of Kings awakened the mind of Antiochus against the sinner, and when Lysias was suggesting this to be the cause of all evils, he ordered, as is the custom with them, that he should be apprehended and killed in the same place. Now there was in the same place a tower of 50 cubits, having a pile of ashes on every side. This had a lookout over a precipice. From there he ordered this sacrilegious one to be thrown down into the ashes, with all propelling him into the afterlife. By such a law it turned out that the betrayer of the law, Menelaus, died, not having so much as a burial in the earth. And indeed this satisfied justice, for just as he had committed many offences toward the altar of God, the fire and ashes of which are holy, so was he condemned to die in ashes. But the king, with his mind being unbridled, came to reveal himself as more wicked to the Jews than his father was. When Judas understood this, he instructed the people to call upon the Lord day and night, so that just as there was now, also he would help them. And of course, they were afraid to be deprived of their law and their country and of the holy temple, and also that they might allow the people who had recently taken a breath for a little while to be again subdued by blasphemous nations. And so having done all these things, and having sought mercy from the Lord with weeping and fasting, lying prostrate on the ground continued for 3 days, Judas exhorted them to prepare themselves. In truth, with elders he decided that before the king could move his army into Judea and obtain the city, they would go out and commit the outcome of the event to the judgment of the Lord. And so giving everything to God, the creator of the world, and having exhorted his own to contend with fortitude and to stand up even unto the death for the laws, the temple, the city, and their country, and the citizens, he positioned his army around Modin, and having given his own sign of the victory of God, he attacked the fortress of the king by night. With the strongest chosen young men, he slew 4,000 men in the camp, and the greatest of the elephants, along with those who would have been positioned on them. And so, having filled the camp of their enemies with the greatest fear and disturbance, they went away with good success. Now this was done at the first light of day, with the Lord assisting and protecting. But the king, having received a taste of the audacity of the Jews, attempted to take the difficult places by craftiness. And so he moved his camp to Bethsur, which was a fortified garrison of the Jews. But as he struck, he was put to flight and seduced and reduced in number. Then Judah sent necessities to those who were inside. But Rhodocus, a certain one from the Jewish army, reported secrets to the enemies, so was sought out, apprehended, and imprisoned. Again the king held talks with those who were in Bethsur. He gave his right hand as pledge, and accepted theirs, and he went away. and he joined battle with Judas. He was overcome by when he realized that Philip, who had been left out of these events, had rebelled at Antioch. He was in a consternation of mind, and begging the Jews and being submissive to them, he swore to all things that seemed just, and being reconciled, he offered sacrifice, honored the temple, and left gifts. He embraced Maccabees, and he made him commander and leader from Ptolemy all the way to the Journeans. But when he arrived at Ptolemy, the Ptolemies considered the condition of the alliance burdensome, and being indignant lest perhaps they might break the pact. Then Lysias went up to the tribunal and explained the reasons to calm the people, and so he returned to Antioch, and this is the way things went concerning the journey and return of the king. 2 Maccabees 14. But after a time of 3 years, Judas and those who were with him realized that Demetrius Basiliscus had gone up to the strategic place with a very strong multitude and a navy at the port of Tripoli, and had taken hold of the regions opposite Antiochus, and his commander Lysias. Now a certain Asimus, who had been the high priest, but who had wilfully defiled himself in the time of commingling, considering there to be no means for his safety nor access to the altar, went to the king, Demetrius, in the 150th year, offering to him a crown of gold, and a palm, and beyond these some branches that seemed to belong to the temple. And indeed on that day he was silent, but having met with an opportune time for his madness, he was called to a council by Demetrius, and asked what things the Jews relied upon and what were their counsels. He responded, those among the Jews who are called Hasidians, of whom Judas Maccabeus is foremost, nourish wars and raise seditions, and will not permit the kingdom to be at peace. For I also, being cheated out the glory of my ancestors, but I speak of the high priesthood, have come here. First, indeed, in faithful service to the king's interest, but also as an adviser of the citizen. For our entire nation is no less afflicted by their depravity. But I beg you, O king, knowing each of these things, look after both the region and our people, according to your humanity, which is publicly known to all. For as long as Judas survives, it is impossible for the matter to be at peace. Then, having spoken such things before them, the rest of the allies, who held themselves to be enemies against Judas, further inflamed Demetrius, and immediately he sent Nicanor, the command over the elephants, into the first position against Judea, giving him orders to be certain to capture Judas himself, and truly to scatter all those who were with him, and to appoint Alcimos as the high priest. Then the Gentiles, who had fled from Judas away from Judea, mingled themselves in flocks with Nicanor, thinking that the miseries and calamities of the Jews would become the cause of their prosperity. And so when the Jews heard of Nicanor's arrival, and that the nations were assembled, they sprinkled dirt on their heads, petitioned him who established his people to preserve them in eternity, and who likewise protected this portion by clear signs. Then, at the command of the leader, they moved promptly from there, and together assembled at the town of Dessa. In truth, Simon, the brother of Judas, had joined battle with Nicanor, but he became frightened at the unexpected arrival of the adversaries. Even so, Nicanor, hearing of the virtue of the companions of Judas, the great courage with which they struggled on behalf of the country, was afraid to accomplish judgment by the sword. For this reason he sent ahead Posidonius and Theodotus and Matthias, so as to give and receive the pledge of the right hands. And when a council was held all day about this, and the commander had brought it before the multitude, they were all of one opinion to consent to an alliance, And so they appointed a day in which they would act among themselves secretly, and seats were brought out and placed for each of them. But Judas instructed armed men to be in strategic place, lest some kind of malice might unexpectedly spring from the enemies. And they had they had an agreeable conference. Then Nicanor stayed in Jerusalem, and he did no iniquity. He sent away the flocks of crowds which had been gathered together, and Judas always held him dear to the heart, and was favorably inclined toward the man. And he asked him to consider a wife, and to procreate sons. And he got married, and he lived quietly, and they all lived in common. But Alcimus, seeing the love that they had for one another, an agreement went to Demetrius, and he told him that Nicanor had assented to foreign interests, and that he had chosen Judas, a traitor to the kingdom, as his successor. And so the king, being exasperated and provoked by this very wicked accusation, wrote to Nicanor, saying that he was certainly overburdened by the agreement of the alliance, and he ordered him nevertheless to send Maccabees quickly to Antioch in chains. When this was known, Nicanor was in consternation, and he took it grievously that he would make void the things that were agreed, having received no injury from the man. But because he was not able to oppose the king, he watched for an opportunity to follow through with the orders. But Maccabees, seeing that Nicanor had acted more formally with him, and that when they met together as usual, he exhibited insolence, understood this austerity not to be from goodness, so gathering together a few men, he hid himself from Nicanor. But when he realized that he was effectively prevented by the man, he went to the greatest and holiest temple, and he ordered the priests offering the usual sacrifice to deliver the man to him. When these spoke oaths to him that they did not know where he was, or who was being sought was, he extended his hand toward the temple. And he swore, saying, "Unless you deliver Judas to me in chains, I will reduce the shrine of God to the ground, and I will dig up the altar, and I will consecrate this temple to Liber the Father." And having said this, he departed. But the priests extended their hands towards heaven, calling upon him, who had always fought for this people, saying, "This, O Lord of the universe, who needs nothing, you willed that the temple of your dwelling should be with us. And now, O Lord, holy of all holies, preserve unpolluted until eternity this house, which was recently made clean." Then Ratius, a certain one of the elders from Jerusalem, who was brought before Nicanor, the man who was of good reputation, and was one who loved the city for his affection, he was called the father of the Jews. This one for a long time held on to his purpose of continuing in Judaism, and he was content to hand over body and life, so that he might persevere in it. Then Nicanor, being willing to sacrifice the hatred that he held to the Jews, sent 500 soldiers to apprehend him, for he thought if he mistreated him, it would bring great disaster upon the Jews. Now as the group sought to rush into this house and to break up the door, wanting even to break bring in fire as he was about to be apprehended, he struck himself with the sword, choosing to prefer to die nobly rather than to become subject to sinners or to suffer unworthy injustice against his birth. But since he had in haste not obtained the certitude of a decisive wound, the crowd was breaking the doors. He, running boldly to the wall, manfully threw himself down upon the crowd. But they quickly provided a place for his fall so that he landed in the middle of at the middle of the neck. He was still breathing and being inflamed, and so he rose up. And since he was still breathing and being inflamed, and so he rose up, and his blood flowed down in a great stream. Being very gravely wounded, he ran through the crowd, standing upon a certain steep rock, being now almost without blood, grasping his intent eyes with both hands. And so he passed away from this life. Second Maccabees 15. But when Nicanor discovered Judas to be in the place of Samaria, he decided to meet him in warfare with all the violence on Sabbath day. In truth, the Jews who followed him out of necessity were saying, "Do not act so fiercely and barbarously, but give honor to the day of sanctification and reverence to him who beholds all things." That unhappy man asked, "Is there a powerful one in heaven who commanded the day of Sabbath to be kept?" And they responded to him, "There is the living Lord himself in heaven, the powerful one who ordered the seventh day to be kept." And so he said, "I am also powerful upon the earth, so I command arms to be taken up, and the king's plans to be fulfilled." Nevertheless, he did not succeed in accomplishing his plans, and Nicanor, being certainly lifted up with the greatest arrogance, had decided to establish a public monument of his victory over Judas. But Maccabees has always trusted with all hopes that God would be present to help them, and he exhorted his own not to fear the rival of the nations, but to keep in mind the assistance they had received before from heaven, and now to hope for a future victory from the Almighty, and speaking to them from the law and prophets, and reminding them that even the conflicts they had fought before, he had made them more willing. And so, having raised up their courage, at the same time he received the deceitful plan of the Gentiles and their betrayal of the oath. Then he armed every one of them, not with the weapons of shield and spear, but with the best speeches and exhortations, explained to them a dream worthy to be Then he armed every one of them, and he explained to them a dream worthy to be believed, in which he rejoiced with them all. Now the vision was in this manner: Onias, who had been high priest, a good and kind man, modest in appearance, gentle in manners, and noble in speech, and who from boyhood was trained in the virtues, extending his hands, prayed on behalf of all the people of the Jews. After this there appeared also another man, admirable in age and glory, and with the bearing of great dignity about him. In truth, Onias responded by saying, "This one loves his brothers and the people of Israel. This is he who prays greatly for the people and for all the holy," said Jeremiah, the prophet of God. Then Jeremiah extended his right hand, and he gave to Judas a sword of gold, saying, "Receive this holy sword as a gift from God. With it you shall cast down the adversaries of my people Israel." And so, having been exhorted by the very good words of Judah, by which the readiness and courage of the young men were able to be raised and strengthened, they resolved to strive and to contend with fortitude, so that the virtue would judge the matter, because the holy city and the temple were in peril. And for their concern was less for their wives and sons, and likewise less for their brothers and relatives. In truth, the temples and the so that the virtue would judge the matter, because the holy city and the temple were in peril. For their concern was less for their wives and their sons, and likewise less for their brothers and relatives. In truth, their greatest and first fear was for the sanctity of the temple. But those also who were in the city had no small concern for those who had gathered together. And when all now hoped that judgment would soon occur, and when the enemies were near, and the army was set in order, with the beasts and the horsemen positioned in strategic places, Maccabees, considering the arrival of the multitude and the various preparations of weapons and the person of the beast, extending his hands to heaven, called upon the Lord, who works miracles, who gives victories to those who are worthy, not according to the power of the weapons, but just as pleases him. Then calling out on his way, he said, You, O Lord, who sent your angel under Hezekiah, king of Judah, and killed 185,000 in the camp of Sennacherib, now also a ruler of the heavens, send your good angel before us who are in fear and trembling at the greatness of your arm, so that those who approach against your holy people with blasphemy may be afraid. And in this way indeed he concluded his prayer. But Nicanor and those who were with him advanced with trumpets and songs. In truth, Judas and those who were against him Judas and those who were with him, calling upon God through prayers, came together against them. Indeed, fighting with their hands, but praying to the Lord with their hearts, they struck down no less than 35,000, being delighted by the presence of God. And when they had ceased and were returning with gladness, they realized by his armor that Nicanor had been slain, and so making a loud noise and citing disturbance, they blessed the Almighty Lord in the language of the fathers. But Judas, who was prepared throughout all his body and soul to die for his citizens, struck that Nicanor's head and his hand with the arm should be cut off and carried through to Jerusalem. When it arrived, having called together his fellow tribesmen and the priests, he summoned those who were in the stronghold, and he splayed the head of Nicanor, and his nefarious hand which he had extended against the holy house of the Almighty God, magnificent boasting. He even ordered now that the tongue of the impious Nicanor should be cut up, and given in peace to the birds, but that the hand of this tormented man should be suspended off the temple. Therefore they all blessed the Lord of heaven, saying, Blessed is he who has kept his own place uncontaminated. Then he suspended Nicanor's head at the top of the stronghold, so that he would be an evident and manifest sign of the existence of God. And so they all decreed by common council in no way to let this day pass without celebration, but to hold a celebration on the 13th day of the month of Adar, which was called in the Syrian language the day before Mardochius. Therefore these things were accomplished concerning Nicanor, and from that time the city was possessed by the Hebrews. And so I will bring an end to the narration here. And indeed, if I have done well so as to have made an adequate history, this is also what I wanted. But if it is less worthy, may it be permitted me. For just as it is adverse to drink with wine or with water, so also it is pleasant to use sometimes the one and sometimes the other. So if the words were always exact, it would not be pleasing to the readers. Therefore here it shall be completed.